You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, we are in June, and it is hot already. The first week of June, and it's like, woo! June came in hot and heavy. And even this weather, my goodness, this weather has been pretty good. I have been in shorts and very nice wear. I am enjoying the weather. It looks like we have some consistency. Looks like, we're going to get some rain and some sunshine and some heat, but we're past the cold fronts. Like we're finally in the groove. And quite frankly, it is summer, in my opinion. We've talked about my hood calendar, how I do my hood seasonal calendar, where for me, after Memorial Day, that means summer. But I know summer is supposed to be officially later this month, I guess, when Cancer season kicks in. But I actually consider it, summer is really when Memorial Day, after Memorial Day weekend. And so my hood calendar goes as following. Summer begins after Memorial Day weekend. Fall begins after Labor Day. Technically, it will be the beginning of Libra season for others, but my hood calendar tells me that it will be after Labor Day. That's when fall starts. Then winter starts at the end of Thanksgiving. When Thanksgiving is over and we have Black Friday and we have that time, winter begins because, that's it. So that's my hood calendar. And then you say, well, when do spring start? So for me, spring begins, and this is complicated. Some people will say, Easter, like right after Easter is when spring officially starts. I would say, whenever spring break begins, but even that's subjective because when does your spring break begins? So my hood calendar tells me Easter is the guaranteed. So whenever Easter, after Easter, whenever that happens, that is it. Or someone mentioned this to me, St. Patrick's Day, if you want to put it with a holiday that everyone can acknowledge, because, Easter's always like, when is that, right? So I would say St. Patrick's Day or Easter. And then, of course, we're back on the summer. So that's my calendar. Now, this goes against what the calendar says for all the other seasons. Like winter starts later in December, fall starts late September. It's complicated, but I like to use this as my mind. And the reason why I say this is my mindset about it is because I also follow it based off of like school, like how people treat the school calendars a little bit, like typically the fall semester typically ends at the end of Thanksgiving for people. Fall typically begins at the start of the school year on the East Coast, which is normally after Labor Day. So typically fall for a fall semester really begins around that time anyway. So it's all subjective, but anywho, I'm claiming this to be summer. The weather is out. The weather is hot. The weather is warm. If you do not believe in sunscreen, believe in it. You should always be using it. But, you might want to actually put it on this time around. And also, I'm pulling out my new seasonal products every time there's a new seasonal change, I tell you all that your skincare products, some of them you should mix it up a little bit. You should be right now, if not that I'm a dermatologist, but personally what I am doing that has been recommended to me by a skincare expert, and I've been using this, more water-based hydrating skincare products, less heavy creams, more hydrating serums and moisturizers. That is what I'm doing. I can't tell you, prescribe that for you, but, talk to a skincare expert dermatologist. They might recommend similar things. So for me, I am using products with calendula extract. And calendula is a type of flower extract that's really good for hydration and just providing this lovely like lushness to the skin. And so if you see my skin, you say it's glowing, which it's kind of always glowing, but this really works well with like climate, skin that when your skin hits the heat, it does something different. And I mean, this is like, some people say, well, duh, but certain skincare products, I feel like, and what I know to be true, is that the skin environmentally reacts differently. So if you're in a lot of hot heat, certain products that you use for your skin don't sometimes don't meet the moment. So for example, let's say you're using a heavy cream in the winter. If it's cold outside, right? Heavy creams that have a lot of peptides and other things in it. Yeah, it keeps the skin like moist. It keeps the skin, soft. It's like it provides a really good thing for the skin barrier. Like it's all of the things, right? And so heavier creams or creams with certain types of um ingredients is really good for the skin barrier because it's protecting the skin from cold, right? And you want softer skin. You want, and there's going to require a lot more extra things, ingredients and things to make the skin remain that softness or prevent it from the ash and all the things that come with extreme coldness, right? So there's a whole different vibe there with products. So for winter, I typically use products that I go for more creams than moisturizers. I go for things that are still good at hydration, but I'm also looking for things that protect the skin barrier and like shield it from extreme, coldness, right? And so that's a whole different type of regimen for your skin. I mean, you're always toning, you're always washing, you're always exfoliating, you're doing all those things, but also the type of products you use and what's in those products is very different. Springtime, you get a little lighter. Even my facial wash. The facial washes I use during the winter are very dense. I don't really use foam as much. Like I don't really use foam face wash products. I typically go for the bigger, the deeper lather, like strong lather based types of wash. Squalene is very heavy in the wash for sure. Squalene is a great product ingredient for the skin in general, but it's like heavy on the squalene during wintertime. When I get to spring, I'm using less cream-based products. I do still care about skin barrier because we have up and down all around with the winter, but it's not as extreme coldness. This spring is a little different, but normally I typically begin to go, okay, a little, little. We can use lighter products, more water-based, but not all the way. Summer, especially in this heat, oh, we're definitely re-upping. We're doing more, hydraulic acid, which should be used all year round, but definitely the serums, water-based, hydraulic acid-based serums. We're definitely doing vitamin C. But if you do vitamin C, you need to have sunscreen. Do not go outside with any product with vitamin C without sunscreen. Real rap. But but vitamin C is really great to give that skin that glow, that glisten. Like it's a very different. I like things that have citrus scents, but or products that do, get into other types of ways of feeding the skin because the way that heat hits the skin, especially my melanin, it will do different things. But I will tell people all the time, if you're using any product with vitamin C, you definitely need to not skip out on sunscreen. You should always do sunscreen, but heavy on it. Another big thing that I also do, because it's hot, I don't like to do too much layering with so many different types of, you know, skin creams and serums. So I'm very mindful that my whatever is my ending product, if I'm using a light moisturizer, again, no creams, I use moisturizers. I like my moisturizer to already have some SPF in it. So this is the opportunity for those who are like, when should I ever use a product that has SPF in it? Try to get a good moisturizer that has SPF so that you don't have to keep double layering your skin. Because when you're in the heat, it gets a little sweaty. You get a little sticky. And I made that mistake a couple years ago. And during the summer, I'm really big on less is more, but you have to still have maximum impact. So, do toner, but get a alcohol-free toner. Like get an alcohol-free toner. Get a toner that is really hydrating and light. You still want to tone. Toning is important, but you don't have to get one of those like creamy based, like milk pill type of exfoliators. Personally, I would say that I use like oil-free. So I with Kiehl's, Shout out to Kills. I love Kills products because Kills products personally for me allows me to have various seasonal skincare regimens. So for the summer, they have a really great calendula line, and it's calendula water is the base, is the extract of this flower, and they have a calendula water based serum that is really great. They don't have a moisturizer. Their typical basic moisturizer is pretty solid. That is one of the products that you can use that no matter what the season is, and it's perfect. They have its calendula water-based serum. They have oh, let me back up. The serum they have is like they call it a serum water-based cream. Now, I said earlier, don't use creams, but this is not really like a cream in the way that you imagine it. So it does serve as a moisturizer as well. So that water-based serum cream could be used in lieu of a moisturizer. However, don't forget to add SPF because it doesn't have SPF naturally with it. There has been people that have been using mineral-based sunscreens or products with SPF in it with mineral-based. I haven't done that personally, but I've heard good things. You could use that in lieu of the traditional sunscreens that typically feel very chalky. And for all my melanated folks that don't want that like white cast, try to see what a mineral based type of sunscreen will look like for your skin. Experiment, see it out, you know. But anywho, Kills have this great calendula water collection. So they have the face wash that is really, really good, really good. And it's really great for the skin. It's very hydrating. You can use it any time of the day. It's really good. I love that. And then they have the toner. The toner is phenomenal. And you even get the calendula flower extracts in the toner, which, you know, and it smells so good. And it's very nice scent, nothing too overpowering, nothing. This is really clean product. And then there is the serum, water-based serum, like cream that kind of serves as both a serum and a moisturizer. And again, like I said, this is part of my less is more for the summer. So I have used that when I'm like, if I'm just having a cute little day outside, like I'm not like, I don't do all day, but like, let's say I'm outside real quick. I'm at a little event where it's like indoor, outdoor, but I'm really staying indoor. I don't really go outside like all day long. But if you are going to be outside for a little bit, you had an outside, roof deck or something cute like that, or a little, cookout or situation, and you want to be a little cute in the shade or whatever. This is a great vibe for that. And I did not think I was going to be talking about skincare like this, but you never know what you're going to get on Ernestly Speaking. Skincare, food, whatever. We do it all over here. But that is what I've been using lately. So the moment we got to Memorial Day weekend and the sun was out and it was beaming, I was like, okay, it's time to get to the calendula bag. It's time to get to the Kills regimen system. It's time to put some of these other products away, and it's time to get back into the groove. And so if you are looking at my skin and you're saying it looks a little extra dewy, something that looks different. It's like, I don't know. It's because my skin is reacting to the sun and the heat. And also I'm using different products to maximize that glow. And also it just changes through seasons. Like your skin goes through different cycles through the seasons, and your skin requires different types of engagement. Like what kind of products you cannot use. And I will repeat this again. I had to tell Mr. Johnson this. I told Mr. Johnson this the other day. I said, listen, honey, I know you love this moisturizer. It's one of your favorites. It does not do you any wrong. But as we get into the summer, you should consider something a little lighter, something a little bit more hydrated, something a little different. Because each system, like he's now in his skin regimen, he's been looking good. He's grown into it. Like he's always had like things he was doing, but he never took it as seriously until I think the past year. And I think it's because of me. I think I've been talking about it so much, and I've also have put things that now it's been a little bit of a, well, let me try that on. I was like, okay, you can see what it's given, but I also will say this. We're both guys, we're both Black men. So, and we have the same type of skin complexion and tone. So it's not, the difference though with him is that he still has facial hair. Like he's big on like, he doesn't want to like remove hair. Like I'm always, you're going to always, I'm not doing facial hair. Like I'm committed for the rest of my life not to have facial hair. I have no interest in facial hair. That's just me. Like I just love the look I have. That's what I just do. He doesn't do big, heavy beards, but he likes his 5 o'clock shadow. And I like it on him too. I personally, like, let me be very clear. I think a man with some level of facial hair or 5 o'clock shadow and all that. I think that's sexy. I like it on other people. For me, no. But I think every guy I've dated, except one dude, he was a nut, had facial hair and some kind of capacity. So I think it's a good thing. So when people are like, should I not do it? No, do it. But it's important that you use products and understand bump control, like razor bump control. So he's got his regimen situated where he understands like, okay, exfoliation, how do I prevent razor bumps without having to do like harsh chemical products to do that? But it's a process. And so he's in his groove. He's really taking it seriously. And like, yeah, so he saw some products I had and he's on it. And of course, he uses Kiehl's like I do. But he uses different products from Kiehl's because of his type of skin. Like, I don't have any facial hair. I don't shave. I tell people all the time, you can't do the same regimens of other people if you have shaving and you do those, and you use razors or you do clippers. Like, all of that stuff matters. So if you have not talked to a dermatologist or you have not went to a really good location to understand how to understand your skin and understand products, please do so. And also, another fun fact, I always do seasonal facials, like real deep facials, not like a little sheet mask. That's cute if you want to do something like the night before, do something before you go to a party. I love a good hydrating sheet mask. Shout out to Wolf Project. I use their sheet mask because I feel like their stuff is really good. I don't get the little ones from No Shade to CVS, but the little $5 ones, like, that ain't nothing but a bunch of, I don't know what they put in it. I don't know. Don't even get me started. I don't even know what they put in those masks that make them do. I just feel like it's a bunch of like water and throw a little bit of lemon scent or some shit in it and they put it on the face and think, oh, yeah, your skin hydrates. It's a bunch of water on your fucking face and some other shit that isn't really doing anything. But if you actually read the ingredients on those masks, that's a whole nother conversation. But if you actually look at the ingredients on those masks, you'll realize that it's a bunch of bullshit. But again, I digress. I know, this is what listen, I'm a man, I'm a Renaissance man. I'm a man of many hats. In various parts of my life, I could do so many different things. And that's why this podcast, I try to pour all of my passions or thoughts into one episode, as much, because I could do so many things. Like, I could be there's a whole world where I could be doing skincare products and, all this stuff around skincare. Fashion, I like fashion. I dress nice, but that's not like my super passion. But my super passion in one universe could be completely about skincare, like just all about all the things. Like, I'm deeply into it. I think that skincare, like people who really do invest in skincare, it builds your confidence. It does a lot of things that is beyond what the product says. Like, I will tell you like my confidence when I look in the mirror at myself and how I feel about myself, that plays a role in how I show up. Like, my confidence, all of the things. And I think people underestimate it by thinking, oh, it's just vanity. No, it's a lot of things. One, it's good for you. You should be investing in skincare because you should be educating yourself because you could be exposing yourself to all types of things. Also, it impacts your overall mood and mental health. Like, there's lots of research that talks about how skincare plays a role in people's self-confidence, self-esteem, and image, and all the things. And also understanding that you're putting things on your skin that also protects you, like health-wise. Like, it's a part of hygiene, people. Like, we sometimes get caught up in the whole narratives of vanity this and vanity that and arrogant ego. No. Skincare is, one, important for your health, important for your wellness, and also paramount to your self-esteem, right? All those things play into that, and that's okay, right? So wash your face, moisturize your face, put some sunscreen on. Don't be ashamed to invest in your skincare regimen. If you want to buy a toner and an essence, that's your business, as someone would say. Because that's your business. But no, really, like, do and invest in some good quality products, okay? We're grown, okay? You are not, 15, 16. You are not buying. Do I have to go there today? Do I have to name products? Listen, if you are over the age of 30, why do we have Neutrogena? Why are we still using Neutrogena? I mean, now, if you want to use Neutrogena for retinol and those type of products, I guess. But just like clean and clear, like, we're past that. St. Ives, that scrub, throw it away. Now, if you want to use it for your feet, when years ago I messed around with some St. Ives, and when I heard about the shells and what it can do to the skin barrier, oh my God. So now, I mean, I'm done with it. I don't have any St. Ives products, but when I did have some left over, this is a long time ago. I was like, what can I do with it? Because I don't want to waste. I don't like to waste any products. My friend was like, that'd be a good foot scrub. I said, oh, you're right. So I will use St. Ives apricot scrub for the back of my feet. Exfoliate my feet, the back of my feet. That should be enough. And then I use a good foot softener. But that should be on rough ass, like hard, like not your face. Your face is not that. Well, some of y'all got some rough face, but no. That's like sandpaper. Like, don't do that to your skin. Like, that's not, no. But feet, if you want to give yourself a little nice little exfoliating rub or something like that, that might be cool for the feet. But for your face, no. So if you got some leftover apricot scrub from St. Ives, and maybe what I just said maybe made you realize, you know what, you don't really want to like tear your skin, like, your skin barrier up like that, don't throw it away. Use it for your feet. Use it for your feet. And then when you think about it, you're going to go, oh shit, this is so heavy that this should be. Now, they've done softened the product, I hear, over the years. But back in the day, for those who remember, that apricot scrub by St. Ives used to be intense. And they would have the medicated version for acne and all, and pores and all. Listen, I stopped using that shit over 10 years ago, and I was better for it. So I recommend exfoliation. Like, I am using natural exfoliators, AHA, I think they call it, vitamin C based exfoliator. There's all types of other products that are non-invasive on the skin that will exfoliate. You don't have to use products that have like harsh ingredients like that to do the exfoliation. You do not have to. There's so many new products out on the market that will do it in a natural way. Like, I have a really great product I use that has vitamin C in it, but it's like an exfoliator and it does the trick. And it doesn't have any like strong, like actual physical like products in it that would tear the skin. It just brings it up. Like I said, oil cleansing helps with that as well, but I digress. So yeah, random skincare plug, but something in me said somebody might be thinking about that right now. But also, let me just say, do a seasonal facial. I'm going to get mine in July. Once the summer, the weather really, really ramps up, we can get into peak summer vibes in July. I'm going to do my seasonal facial at Ask Alish in Chestnut Hill. I love Ask Alish. Shout out to her, Alish Pierce, who is a wonderful Black esthetician who does facials, do all kind of things for the skin. She is my go-to girl. She's been doing my face, keeping me right. Every 3 months, I get a seasonal facial. As the seasons evolve, I need to do the lifting. And so this is going to be a part of that transition, because your skin goes through different cycles. So you got to train the skin and your skincare system to understand that when climates change, so should that layer, all of that. But I digress. Like I said before, I have a passion for several things. Skincare is one passion I have a big thing into. Of course, y'all know food and wine, food and drink. I could go on for days about food and drink. Award shows, obsessed. Like, I could talk about award shows forever. Specifically the Oscars, the Grammys, and the Tonys. Emmys to a certain degree, but heavy on award shows. I could talk about award shows all day. Clearly politics, because that's why a lot of you all are here. And reality TV. Specifically, I have my master's degree in Love and Hip Hop. The Love and Hip Hop franchise. I have a master's degree in Love and Hip Hop. Actually, my doctorate at this point. I think I'm going to get a doctorate in Love and Hip Hop. All ones with a concentration in Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, but all of the franchise of Love and Hip Hop. I have an extensive history. I can do whole dissertations on Scrappy and Mama D. I can also do whole entire research analysis and case studies on Jocelyn Hernandez and Stevie J. I can do each season I can do whole analysis and the literature review. I've done a season review for each of the seasons for the past 10 years. I could do a whole, that show, particularly, I can do a whole dissertation. And also Spike Lee films, fun fact. I actually took a Spike Lee film class, actually. And I've seen every Spike Lee film. even after the class. Shout out to a incredible professor. Her name was Dr. Terry. She taught at Penn. She taught this Spike Lee class at Penn, and she changed my life. Dr. Terry Francis was her name, and she taught a Spike Lee course at Penn when I was there, and it changed my life on cinema. Cinema. Yeah, I can talk about cinema all day. I'm a cinephile. Indie films, all types of films. I love films. But yes, I digress. So, skincare plug, cultural plug done. Pride Month. Pride Month has been Pride Monthing. We love to see it. We love Pride. Happy Pride, as I tell the kids. Happy Pride. Um, Pride Month was fun. I didn't go to the parade. You know, I know the Queen, Patti LaBelle, everybody. I didn't go to the parade. But I did go to a fun event on Friday night. It was the Pride Promenade. A good friend of mine got honored, and a couple of folks I haven't seen in forever. Michael Numius, who does the 250, he got honored with an award, and a couple other folks I knew. I saw some of my queer media pals in business. Um, and who was there? It was a lot of folks there. Some people I love to see, and some people I was like, I'm good on you. Um, but there was definitely some faces there. Um, who got awards? Oh, Naima Sanchez got honored. She deserved. Woody's got honored. Interesting. Mark Siegel got another award. Okay. Um, Philadelphia Fight got honored. Some of the same folks. But then there were people like Kelly Burkhart who got honored. And, she's been doing her thing for a while as a photographer. And of course, Naima Sanchez, who's an incredible trans activist who's been doing this work for a long time. I've known Naima forever. She got honored, and she's always out and about doing her thing, and has always been a nice person. And of course, Michael Numius, I mean, just the overall great dude as well. Always looked out for me and supported things I had going on. And of course, he got nominated at the PBJ Professional Awards, so he was there. And then Josh from CBS 3 was the co-host with Miguel from NBC 10. And so it was cute because it was the three of us, and we're all like queer in media, Black, white, and Latino. We all three took our pictures, giving the girls, TLC, Destiny's Child, the Spice Girls, I came in a rainbow pinstripe, fit, looking good. Saw some old foes, some new friends, foes, and everything that goes was up in that motherfucker. I ain't gonna get to know who was all there. I'm gonna say that for my friends when I see them and tell them. I was telling my friends, bitch, you can't believe who was here. No, but it was a couple interesting people. I mean, I don't really go to that many, Philly Pride type of events. I wouldn't say it's triggering to go. I mean, I did a lot of that work 10 years ago when I was the LGBTQ editor for Philadelphia Magazine. That was my first role at the magazine before I moved into different positions after that. But that was my first jump start, and that was in 2016. So it's been literally 10 years ago. 10 years ago, wow. And I did so much gay stuff. I'm gay, but it was this community, the Philadelphia gay community. When I'm talking nonprofits, bars, the politics of it all the things. It is every community has their folks. I mean, if you say the Philadelphia Black community in Philadelphia, I mean, it's everyone's got their own little issues and things, but it's a very niche community. It's big, but it's also small. The main players, the gatekeepers, which are the executive directors and the politicians and the nonprofit leaders and the board folks and stuff. The gay elite scene in Philadelphia is very small, very catty, and just there's a lot of corruption. Not everybody's corrupt, but there's a lot of corruption. There's a lot of corruption. I mean, listen, been there, know too many things, what my girl say, Madonna sang her song, Bring Your Love. She's, I know where all the bodies are buried. Don't try to shut me up. Yeah, I know too much. I know too much. And I did a lot. You all knew the work I was doing there. And if you do not, there's always, the internet, you can always research. But I've been around. I've seen a lot of shit. I've seen a lot of all types of mess. And when I stopped being the editor, I think it was like 2 years after I had the position, I moved on, I got promoted. I was there. I did that role for like maybe 2 to 3 years. There's a lot of racism. There is a lot of there's a lot of transphobia. There's a lot of classism. There is just a weird, problematic exploitation that happens in the Philadelphia gay scene. And again, it's a lot of that happening in other ways, but in Philly specifically, I don't know. I don't know what's going on in LA. I don't know what's going on in New York City. I can't speak for those other cities. But one thing that really was my biggest frustration and why I had to evolve. I'm gay. Community is what you make of it. Like I have a community as a gay person in Philadelphia. My community is what I make of it. My tribe, the relationships I have, the people that I'm cool with, like I have community. But I don't necessarily prescribe to the scene that Philly currently operates within. Like you could say you're of the community or part of it. I would say I'm of the community, but I'm not from the community. I don't claim that scene in that way for me. And I think that's important to note. And I'm not saying I'm not, Hollywood, throwing my nose, looking down at people. It's none of that because everybody's got to figure out what they want to do and who they want to be. And too often we lose sight of what that means, right? Because we're too busy, you know, what I'm saying? Like, we sometimes lose sight of what those things mean and who they are to us and all the things. So I would say for me, I've built my own community. I think what I have seen lately or through over the 10 years that I was really in the mix, knowing what was going on, is that there was always this exploitation. There was always this mindset of everything was so performative. Everything was so rooted in what's the latest trend. And Black people specifically in the community, Black and brown people, but specifically Black people, and also trans people, Black trans people too, and queer and non-binary folk, but really Black folks. I will say there is some of that with the Latino community, but there's not as many of them in the larger community per se, but there are the ones that are largely tokenized. But I would say specifically for Black folks in the Philly's LGBTQ, this scene. I won't even call it community. I'm gonna say scene. But there's a disposability that happens where whatever organization at any point in time deems this person the hot thing or whatever that is, they're put on a pedestal only for them to then be shitted on and taken down within a year. Like they recycle our leaders, our Black queer leaders in those scenes. There's not that many that survive. They oftentimes are propped up for a season and then automatically you turn your eyes and 2 years later there's a new person that they're putting up. Meanwhile, all the white folks that are in these positions stay there collecting dust and just always in the mix. But they pick a new Black face, a new Black leader every every 2 years, like the cycle. And so there's always somebody that you'll hear about and they'll get all these awards that quite frankly are like superlatives at this point. And they'll hype them up and then automatically, 2 years later, they'll be in some controversy, they'll lose their job, grant money runs out, whatever the stunt is, and then they'll find a new person. And I've seen this cycle so many damn times that it's disgusting. They never really did it with me because I'm just gonna keep 100. I was too vocal. I didn't play the game. I didn't want to play the game because I knew exactly what the shit was. Because a lot of the people that are in those types of situations, how do I say this nicely? They're not as fully aware because they're vulnerable. And they're vulnerable not necessarily, there's an intellectual vulnerability there. There's a learning gap there. But there's also the reality of they are in a space of desperation, professionally, financially. And so when you're in a position where you have a lot of potential and promise, but you're also in a situation of desperateness, right? And you're operating in a space of scarcity because that's the scarcity it created, then naturally someone like you are going to be ripe. And I've seen them do this to a lot of trans women, specifically Black trans women. I've seen them do this to a lot of Black queer folks in the space. They look at the person that goes, okay, this person hasn't been exposed. They haven't been here. They've never been to a nice dinner. They've never had these things. They will need us. But if we can control them, then we will. So we'll get them, we'll put them in a position, we'll tell them what to do. If they follow instructions, we get to now use them as a DEI. We get to front them like that. We're not really going to take in their feedback. They're going to get smarter in those 2 years. And the more they get woke to the issue, that's when they go, you're talking too much. You're asking too many questions. You got to go. And so then they take you out and then they bring another person in. Now, this might sound familiar to a lot of other people from other communities. We see this pattern in the Black community, queer or straight, right? We see this in our communities, but anybody in any community can probably identify with this type of behavior. And it's become so exploitative to the point that it's disgusting. And every time I go to an event, I don't go as often to these events, but when I do show up, I look and I go, that's the one. Come on, friends, we'll look and we'll just kiki ourselves and go, yep, we know who's in season now. This is the person they're going to prop up right now. And then we'll see what happens in the next year or so. And it's the same cycle. I've seen this time and time again. I'm not going to tell you who the people are this time around, but if you all pay attention, just look every 2 years. There's always a new person. There's always a new Black person they prop up in a certain way. Some people go, some people stay, but a lot of them fade out unless they fight hard enough to maintain relevance. But a lot of them will fade out. I can tell you each era. I could be like, remember this person? And then this person went away. Now look who's this person. And look who's this person. And honestly, you can follow the trend of what's happened to Office of LGBT Affairs for the city of Philadelphia. How many people have they recycled in those roles? And some of them, where have they been since? Or what happens to them? Or what happens to that person that gets the confidence to run for office? All those people that will run for office because they didn't hype them up so they can, get a check. And then what happens to those people down the road? It's a very interesting pattern. And there's one man in particular that is really the puppet string guy. I've been trying to figure out who's the one really playing the puppets. There's two people, but the main person that I will say that Lily has been doing this shit like this for years, and he can't stand me, but we're cordial, I guess, is Mark Siegel. Mark Siegel literally runs the neighborhood like a mob boss. And, he runs Philadelphia Gay News, PGN, and he literally, he's done things for over 50 years. Like, he was involved in Stonewall. Can't take those things from him, right? But the way in which he has literally ran the gays community in Philadelphia, the way he's tried to, yeah. I could talk all day about how that man tried to run me out of Philadelphia, but I won't today. That's not, happy Pride. He wasn't the first, he won't be the last, but that man has, I could see him today and go, hi, how you doing? Okay, good to see you. But that's it. That's all I got. That's all I got. I keep it cute. Because at this point, I mean, when what's funny when you deal with people like that, and just in general, they will fuck with you a couple of times and they realize, you know what? Let me go set my sights on somebody weaker. Cause I ain't the one. You ain't gonna have. I'm a different type of one. I'm too smart. I see the shit a mile ahead. I'm a mile away. You go over there, and that's how it works. That's how it works. That's how it works. But putting a pin on that. But when people say, oh, how does these awards work? Or how does this recognition work? Why are you not here? Why are you not there? It be that shit. And let me say this. Some people will say, oh, you're always in some drama. It's not that I'm always in drama. It's just that I just know that in a very public profile world, like that's very political and very social and all the things, that the more high profile you are, the more you're visible, you're going to deal with bullshit like this. So I don't ever go, oh my goodness, like I can't, I get it, because here's the thing. My husband has less drama because he also kind of, the work that he stays behind the scenes and he does a lot of work where he doesn't want that type of forward attention. Like, it comes sometimes, he's cool with it, but he doesn't lean into it. I know that the work that I do is very face forward, like it's very forward facing. I gotta be out there. I understand that. I don't complain about that. But what I do understand is that in maintaining my integrity and my level of self-respect and decency, I'm going to have to tell very powerful people no. And if anybody has ever dealt with a very powerful person, oftentimes they don't like to hear the word no. And so when they hear the word no, a no for them can sometimes feel like betrayal. A no for them can feel like everything. So when you say no, there is a chance of consequences, right? Retaliation, right? It's a real thing. Like anybody who's dealt with this shit knows. And so there's always going to be a reality where I'm going to have to tell somebody, nah. And then I understand that for some people, when you say, no, I'm good, thank you, that it doesn't stop there. It will linger into other spaces, in other rooms where decisions are being made, whether you should be here, there, whatever, and people will make those decisions. And you just have to trust in your own talent and your ability to go, okay, this person might have said no, but I know that I'm too damn good to be told no everywhere. So I might get a couple of no's because I wasn't willing to sell myself out, but I am going to find a yes. And I have found yeses. It may take some time, but I would rather wait for a yes where I can keep my self-respect and dignity than get a quick, instant yes that requires me to like lose myself in this bitch. So I've seen a lot of people lose themselves quickly. That's why the 2-year cycle happens. That is why I can tell you 10 years later that I'm still the fuck here and I'm still doing it. A lot of people that I saw in 2016, if you was asked, I'm not even going to put names on the table, but if I name some names to y'all right now, I would tell you all, well, I'll be petty. I'll do one name. Nellie Fitzpatrick. Where is she? Where is she? Remember that? Remember Nellie Fitzpatrick? Some of y'all are like, who was that? Who? Exactly. I won't do another name, but I got a homegirl. She knows who she is. She listens to this podcast. She be listening. I don't know if she listening. Me and her could run a tape and just look at all the names and then came up and down over the years. And we'll just kiki and laugh about it. Ain't that many names have stayed. Just saying. Not me. Because I refuse. But you got to be comfortable with rejection. Because sometimes rejection is protection. And you got to be okay with that. You got to be okay with not always being on everybody's invite list. You got to be okay with that because you got to be more satisfied with your self-esteem and your confidence than whatever false sense of validation and inclusion you're having with a bunch of people that don't actually like you. Like, that's just my thing. My thing is I'm just tired of the fake shit. There's always an element where you have to be cordial with folks, but I'm just avoiding situations where I don't have to be fake. Like, I don't have to engage if I don't. Now, in my work as a journalist, I have to take interviews. I have to talk to different people I disagree with. That's part of the work. But when I'm not working, in my personal life, my leisure life, like I don't have to, and I don't want to. It's just, I don't need to. Why should I? And I'm good with that, So, yeah, it's been quite the pride. Happy Pride. Netroots Conference was awesome. I had a great time at Netroots. Got to meet some people before they concluded. Had a good time in Philadelphia. It was a bunch of progressives. Y'all saw the pictures. Y'all saw people. I saw State Representative Justin Pearson, the Justins. He's one of the Justins. He's got the big old fro. Nice man. He really liked my nails. He kept saying they were fabulous. I was like, okay, Justin, thank you. Who else did I see? Maxwell Frost, the congressman, the Gen Zer who's in Congress. Both of them are Sigmas, by the way. Justin and him are both Sigmas. I was like, okay, where are the alphas? Where are the alphas at? But yeah, both of them were there. He was nice. I heard him speak on a panel and got the chance to see him real quick and chat with him before he dipped off. But yeah, everybody was very nice. It was a good time. Had some great conversations, some important conversations. Saw some people that I had some things with. But we kept it social. I saw Elizabeth Booker. I talked about a little clash I had with her on social media which I still stand by the way. But I talked about this during my travels at South by Southwest. When I was at South by Southwest, there was a lot of drama going on with her on threads and me and her went back and forth. Well, I saw her at Netroots. Said hello. She gave me a hug. She said, "Oh, look like we had a little bit of a little spat on threads." I said, "We did, but it is what it is. Welcome to Philly." you know. Um, Listen, I ain't ducking any smoke. I'm not running from anybody. If we all keeping it cute and being responsible and respectful adults, I'm all for it. See, I'm a gentleman. And she was a nice lady. She was very nice in person and pleasant. Definitely have some strong disagreements about how she engages in the political system. But I've said that before. We don't gotta do all that in my city. Like you in my city, we all gonna keep it cute. It was cute. No beef, no drama. A couple other people I saw, some other fake ass people I saw, wasn't gonna have a conversation with them in that type of level, not no cordialness there. It was you don't see me, I don't see you, keep it fucking moving. And it's just like that. Just like that. Sometimes it just be like that. And listen, that's all, right? I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm not going to do that on this podcast because y'all messy. I know what y'all do. Y'all be taking the little clips. Listen, I bring it on myself, okay? I do. But nonetheless. But yes, Netroots was a good time. Had some great conversations, made some good connections, and it was fun to get outside and hang out with the people. Do I have any other things I want to share before we get to hot topics? Because we have a lot to cover. Random things. Well, shout out to Mr. Johnson. He went to Terra Grill with one of his homegirls. They had caught up, and he brought me back some duck because it was really good. Shout out to my fraternity, Alpha Alpha Fraternity Corps. My chapter specifically, we did a scholarship event on Sunday. That was really nice. Gave out some really good scholarships to some deserving young folks in the area, some young Black men who did some great work. And it was nice to give them some scholarships and books and all the great things. So that was a really fun time. And also this week, my brother got officially pinned into the chapter at a pinning ceremony for him. And I got reelected to a third year serving on our board. I am the Associated of Spinks for my chapter and the parliamentarian. Because that Robert's Rule of Order, I will get him in order. I got sworn in and reelected. So I love serving. And that was great. I have a new addiction, which this is so random. It is so random, but I don't know why I'm saying this, but I'm going to share this random thing. So random, but something tells me I need to share this. So Sweet Green does raps now, which didn't know about. Someone told me about it. And now I have to say, this past week of June, I've had not one, not two, not three, but 4. I've had 4 of these wraps. Now, I don't know what makes them special. I've been having this kale Caesar wrap. I add tomatoes to it. I add like cabbage, and it's so good. But like they have custom wraps, but you can customize the wrap, or you can pick what you want for it. But I do this, and they're so good and reasonably priced. And I guess, I don't know. I guess maybe it's because the ingredients, like at Sweet Green, like they have the real good shit. Like I remember the salad bowls with, like I used, when I went to Penn, the Sweet Green over there, I used to always go there. And then for a while, I kind of fell out of. I mean, you move around, you travel, you don't, that whole culture of like going and getting salads. This just kind of fades out. But Uber Eats, I was on Uber Eats, and there was just this. They were like, oh, $3 off. That is special, and I was like, well, why not? I haven't tried it. I was just curious, what would a Sweet Green wrap taste like? Well, it's like basically all the ingredients that they use for their salads, but they're putting it in this nice little wrap or whatever. But it is good. I don't, it's not anything special, but it does what it needs to do for me. Like I don't want to, like I don't overeat. Like I try not to overeat in the daytime. Like I'm a very dinner person. I do a light breakfast. Lunch is always like something quick, but this just hits it for me. It does all the things I wanted to do, but it's become my new thing. I can't, if I'm ever craving anything that I'm not making at home, which I barely make anything at home, but like, you know, Mr. Johnson, he's very big on cooking in the house. If he'll make something and add me to that, to the menu, pause. Let me clarify that. If he adds me to the roster to eat, I don't know if that's still okay. Never mind. If he considers me while he's cooking, and there's and you know he's making something that I agree on as well because he has a very like interesting regimen of how he eats. Like I'm very anti-diet. I don't like the word diet because it has diet in it. And also I just think diets are just like, but he's very like he has a workout thing. He has a whole way he eats. It's a lot. But there are times when he'll make something I'm like, oh, that's good. I would actually eat that. And so if he makes something, if he just so happens to make something that I also would eat as well, then yes, then that works. But if not, like I don't know. I'm not quick to cook. It's either going to be a smoothie or now it's going to be this sweet green wrap because it's like I don't want to do like heavy fast food. Like I don't want to get like burgers and cheesesteaks. I try to avoid that, you know, in the daytime as much as possible. So this is my new thing. Like it's under $15. So I feel like, okay, it's delivery. I get all the things I need. I get the protein. I get all the stuff, and it's very filling. It's a nice wrap. It's a very good size wrap, and it feels good. I feel healthy eating it. Like I feel good. It's like kale, no romaine, none of the shit, but just straight up kale and all the other things. And it does its trick. Okay, and then also I have a side of salt and vinegar chips. They don't provide that. I have that in the house. I have to have a little crunch. I know. You're like, look, you know, mess it up. Listen, you deserve, I deserve. So I have some salt and vinegar chips, my salt and vinegar kettle ones that I love. And I don't, you know, people are like, which ones do you eat? Because I know there's different types of salt and vinegar chips. Don't get me started. I think I like, which ones do I like? I'm actually gonna, let me see. These chips are right next to me. I want to tell you, I want to be accurate. Because I have two that I go for all the time. You might be able to hear. This is the Kettle brand. Like this, the straight up Kettle. This is called Kettle. So this is the Kettle brand. I like the Kettle brand chips. Y'all can hear me. I'm not gonna eat them. I'm not gonna eat them. And then the Hers Kettle cooked ones. Boardwalk salt and vinegar. Those are my two go-to flavors. And I like Pirate's Booty. Have you ever heard of Pirate's Booty? The purple bag. I like Pirate's Booty. Pirate's Booty salt and vinegar chips are good. If you can find them. They're very niche. But if you can find some Pirate's Booty, those salt and vinegar chips are good too. I like those because they have a really good crunchy kettle crisp taste. And I feel like those are real potatoes. Like no shade, but I don't really play with the Lay's. Like I don't really play with Lay's. I don't play with the soft, easy salt and vinegar. I need a crunch. I need a crackle. I need a so when I have that, my sound effects, I'm like, but no, seriously, that's what I need. That little crunch. Now I'm tempted. Now I actually, you know what? Now I actually want, okay, maybe I shouldn't be, I don't care, fuck it. I just want one. Okay, I'm good. Now, what's that ASR thing? So there are people that tell me they like that kind of stuff. They're into that. I didn't know anything about it until I was watching YouTube. And YouTube, there was like all these videos for it. So now I'm like, is that a thing? It's a thing. People really like that. Like the sensation. Make that sound, that. Okay, I will stop. But right here was the thing. Someone mentioned it to me the other day. Like, it was a while back. I was drinking something. Someone mentioned it was like, oh, it was like a sensational thing or something. I was like, what are you talking about? But apparently this is a thing. But I will not partake in that on this show. That was just, that's just random. So, What am I doing? Okay. Um, so yes, the sweet green wraps are good. I started going down a rap rabbit hole where I heard Panera is trying to make a comeback. Y'all don't play with Panera. There was a time where we all liked Panera at one point in time. I know it's fallen off. There's been major lawsuits. We've talked about some of the lawsuits on this show in the past. But Panera Bread has these thing called stuffers, bread stuffers or some shit, salad stuffers. It looks a little weird, but like basically they take a bread, they let them some bread over there at the damn Panera, don't they? The bread bowls, soups and shit. They take a baguette, they cut it in half, like a big fat bread, I guess it is, like a real baguette. But they scoop the bread out and they're stuffing it with like salads. And so it's almost like a wrap, but not really a wrap, but it kind of has a wrap energy, but a more sustainable wrap because they got the whole covering of an actual bread, which I can see as being sustainable because I ain't gonna hold you, wraps are hard because they're like wannabe burritos, but like not as girthy. I'm so immature. But like they're not as girthy. Like, like burritos typically, have the beans, the rice, of course the meat. So it's a lot more heavier, right? But wraps, especially these sweet green wraps, is like it's a bunch of kale and some chicken and get a little bit of cheese. But you don't have like that like heavy weight to hold it, sometimes. So sometimes it feels like you're having like a soft taco situation or deal. But this Panera bread like stuffer situation is interesting. I haven't had one. I don't know if I'll get one. Like I don't know if I'll actually will buy one myself, but I've been seeing pictures of it. I'm like, is that really how it looks in real life? So if you go to Panera Bread, can you just DM me and tell me like let the community know. Give me some feedback. I don't know if I'm going to take the risk myself to go. There is one near me at my barbershop. I always go to my barbershop, my nail place, all on 40th, on near 40th and Walnut, near Penn's campus. But there's a Panera Bread on that corner right next to the movie theater. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should give me an excuse to go get something there. But see, here's the problem with that. I'm one of those people where I'm always going to get the best options. That is not the best option over there. Hummus used to be the best option over there, but then closed hummus down. I was talking to Jamarcus, and I was like, where should we be? Well, right there is Hip City Veg. You got Greek Lady. McDonald's. We don't really go to McDonald's unless it's breakfast. There's that ramen place a few right there, right next to the Dunkin' Donuts. So you got better options over there. And if you go further down near Chestnut, there's like Indian restaurants too. So like Panera Bread would never be like an option for me. I don't know. So if you are at a Panera Bread or you like Panera Bread and you are trying to try something, go and let me know what it tastes like. Like DM me. Say, hey Ernest, I went. It's all right. It's not good. Nah, they need to throw this back. They've been testing out new products, so I hear. Like all types of new stuff, like new salad options, new bread options, new pastries. Like they're trying new things. I'm a little sad because my favorite little go-to place used to be Corner Bakery. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me tell you something. During the pandemic, Corner Bakery was that girl. That girl. She was great. She was great. Corner Bakery was doing it. They had a roast beef option on that menu that was like with the pickled red onions and I forget what kind of cheese, but that was the bomb. Listen, I was hooked. I was hooked. Okay. I had about 2 of those a week. I was bad. Yes. Like when I love something, I love it. Mm. I love it so much that sometimes I run out of supply. Kind of metaphorical in some cases. But I will be like, oh my goodness, like I'll have an era of it. I'm still in my caviar era. I love caviar. Now I'm in my Olipop era. Like I just love Olipop. That strawberry vanilla flavor. Woo, that cream. So all of their cream type of drinks, the best. The best. I'm on it now. I'm on it. Now, my new thing too has been lately drinking collagen. Spoiled, I think it's called Spoiled Child. They got this brand, but I've been doing this drinking. It's not like it's a, I can't describe it, but it's collagen based, and I've been doing it for like 2 months. And I always have the rule. I'll tell you about it later. But I always say if I try something for 3 months, like 90 days, then I'll get back to you on it. But like there's this drinkable collagen they've been promoting online. I've been like, let me see if it's worth it. So far, so good. But I don't know. Maybe it's a placebo. I don't know. I feel good. I don't know if any of these things are doing what they're doing for my skin or if it's just genetics. Dr. Parks, my bestie, says it's genetics. I say, girl, but nah, don't y'all not nah. It's other things too. Okay? Because you can have a beautiful, you can come out of a beautiful, you can come out of a beautiful womb, but everybody don't maintain the same way. We can't just say it's just genetics alone. Does genetics play a strong role? Sure. But also you have to maintain, wellness because black can crack if you do crack. It's true. Black can crack if you do crack. I didn't make the rules. That's just a fact. Don't do drugs. Okay. So before I'm moving on, um, yeah, anything in the news? Anything in the news? I've talked quite a bit about a lot of random shit, but you all enjoyed it nonetheless. Um, oh, Monday, if you're listening Monday, I am on a new episode of Fatal Attraction. I told you I did a lot of recordings with Fatal Attraction. They love them some me. And yeah, it's it's very funny. I've been doing this. People love some me on there. So Fatal Attraction this Monday night, if you're listening early, part of the Core 700, it is at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be on TV One's hit crime docuseries Fatal Attraction. Now set your DVRs, okay? This is the new episode. It is season 16, episode 44, A Deadly Gamble. So that's what you set your DVRs on. This is going to be about a wild love affair going wrong. If you're a true crime fan, I am covering the Will Carter case in Philadelphia. So if you know who Will Carter is, or you heard about this man in this situation, please listen. Please watch this episode. It is a very good one. A very good one. And people know who he is because the mother of the mother of his daughter DM'd me. I will not say baby mama. No. The mother of his child, they're not in a relationship, but his child's mother DM'd me and said that, she follows me on social. And so when I shared that I was covering this case, she was just like, oh, wow, I'm looking forward to seeing it. And she said she hoped that the story, there's justice to the story. Which I think so. I think they'll do a good job. I just can imagine like somebody, that you have a close relationship with and their death or their murder becomes like a crime show and you have to watch a reenactment of the actors and people play it. Like I can imagine how traumatizing it is. I've never went through that in my life, but I can only imagine like how difficult that could be to watch something like that. So I hope that she, find it of value and that, we do a good job serving it justice. But it is going to be on Monday night. Set your DVRs, season 16, episode 44. I know 44 episodes in the season. They're not playing at TV One. They run these shows every single week. It is True Crime Monday. So every Monday they put a new episode of Fatal Attraction. And I can't even tell you which episode this is for me. I've been on Fatal Attraction for the past couple of years, but lately, they've been having a draw. I've been on like 3 episodes this past season. So, I love to come on. So it's always a good opportunity to come on and do the shows and have a good time. And then also before I move on to hot topics, I just want to shout out the Black Gay Agenda. They're on Instagram and they're a good group of folks, and they gave me me some roses. They just shouted me out on social media and it got a lot of attention, and I just want to thank them. That was just such a nice thing to do. So they have like this series they're doing for Pride Month called Flowers, and the theme is basically, um, I guess the theme is that they say like some people have not gotten their flowers in the community, and they say, look, too often we wait until people are going to celebrate their impact, but Flowers was created to recognize Black queer people who are making a difference right now. And they said, through journalism, storytelling, and fearless commentary, Ernest Owens has helped shape important conversations while ensuring Black queer voices remain part of the national dialogue. Today, we give Ernest Owens his flowers. And they said, why are we giving him his flowers? He's an award-winning journalist and author, elevates Black and LGBTQ plus perspectives in media, challenges audience to think critically about culture and politics, creates space for important and necessary conversations, uses his platform to inform, educate, and inspire, and represents the power of independent Black queer journalism. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all at the Black Gay Agenda. Follow them on Instagram. Clearly, they're making great content. So their Instagram handle is at the Black Gay Agenda. I know, that's funny, right? That's kind of cool. But thank you. And they're not based in Philly. They're like national, but I appreciate it. More of that. Or as one of my listeners said, all of this. I know. I appreciate that. Of course, on the record with Ernest Owens, I on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, Progressive Black Talk Media, was a fun show for the listeners. And then we had a lot to talk about. We had a lot to talk about. Shout out to you all for calling in. Shout out to the folks in the comments. We had a good time. We had a good time on Sunday. That was a great episode. We had fun. Interesting discourse. Interesting dialogue, discourse, conversation. I'm all here for it. So let's get into hot topics. So Trump, okay? That $1.7 billion fund is dead. It is 1.776, like 1776 fund. That's dead. He's been having a very interesting week. The war got voted down by Congress. The war in Iran is not popular. Congress has now put their foot down and said, look, we're not here for the war. A lot of people are telling Trump has been warned to stay away from the Knicks game because New York is New York is coming up. Mondani is outside, baby. I get all of Mondani's press releases. Like I'm now his press situation. So, I get a lot of whatever Mondani's doing. I get his information, his press inquiries. Um, he didn't come to Netroots in Philly. I guess he's been very busy. I mean, the Knicks have been doing their big one. I was like, why is he not at Netroots? That would make so much sense. He probably went last year. But like, I was like, why is he not at Netroots? Like this would be his crowd. But it was, I'm looking at that now, but like, it was last year, Netroots was in, I guess it was in New Orleans last year, which, it was in New Orleans in August, and then it was in Philly around June. So interesting timetables. It's gonna be in Denver next year. Okay, Denver. But he's it's a lot going on. Like the New York City is doing their big one, the Tonys. We're gonna talk about the Tonys. But the Tonys, the Tony Awards was on Sunday. It's a lot going on. People are saying Knicks at 4. We'll see. But yeah, Trump is having a hard time. His up and down relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu, which is the prime minister of Israel. Their relationship is just like all over the place. But his war is not popular in Iran. Congress is not here for it. Marco Rubio is trying to claim the war is already over. He's the Secretary of State, also allegedly a potential Republican that's interested in running for president. Of course, J.D. Vance thinks he's the front runner. Vice President J.D. Vance thinks he's the front runner. But these two, they watch those two Republicans very closely because I do think one of them will get the nomination. I'm not sure that JD Vance is the answer. I'm not 100% sold on JD Vance. Even though a lot of people are trying to say, like, of course it's going to be him. But history tells us that vice presidents and the presidency don't really do too well. And it's interesting because now I have a theory. Ready for the theory? Theory time? At least for the last 40, 50 years of the American presidency, vice presidents do not do well in presidential races. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the last 50 years. The last 50 years, okay? So, for starters, vice presidents who run for president oftentimes don't win. They don't. That's one. Or if they do win, they only serve one term. Let's talk about it. So, in the late 80s, Ronald Reagan, who served 2 terms, his vice president decides to run, and that vice president's name is George Herbert Walker Bush. Desert Storm happens. He says, read my lips, no new taxes. Well, like Mayor Cherelle Parker, there were new taxes. Or in her case, actually, no new taxes for her. My bad. Squash that. You see what I did there? Okay. There were new taxes with Bush. The first one, the father, loses his race, his reelection bid. He's one term. All right. Who comes after that? Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton serves 2 terms. Who runs? Al Gore, his vice president, loses to George W. Bush. Let's go to George W. Bush. George W. Bush. Darth Vader. I'm sorry. Not Darth Vader. Dick Cheney. He does not run. Doesn't have an interest in it. He's like, I'm good on it, right? So then we get to Obama. 2 terms of Obama. Biden's interested in running, but decides not yet. Hillary loses. Trump's in office. Trump's first term. Here comes Biden again. Biden's like, you know what? I want to spin the block. I want to do it again. Okay. Biden do it again. He wins. And then what happens? One term. But then his vice president, Kamala Harris, tries to run, loses. So that's like the history of vice presidents running for like the past 50 years. If they win, they only get one term. Or if they decide to run, get the nomination or whatever, they lose. There's a lot of reasons for it. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans, this is history. So something tells me that if J.D. Vance gets the nomination from the Republican Party, he will lose. Or he'll have one term. And I think the reason why, my theory about this, is that I think that Americans do not want a political dynasty of one political party. The only person to do that, the last president to do that, and this is how you know he was very iconic, is Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is the last U.S. president that was so powerful and so influential that his party kept the seat of power for 3 consecutive presidential years. 2 years of Reagan and then 4 years of Herbert Walker Bush. So we had 12 years of Republican leadership. 12 years. No president has been able to do that since. To have 3 consecutive, like no party has been able to have 3 consecutive terms. There's always been a hiccup or a break. Obama thought he was going to be able to pull it off after his term with Hillary. I thought Obama, if there was ever someone who had a chance, I thought Obama was going to be able to pull it off. He wasn't. Bush damn sure couldn't do it. Bill Clinton couldn't because of his own fucking scandals. I think Bill Clinton could have probably pulled it off if he wasn't in so much mess. But we just go through eras as American people where we get tired of cycles. It's interesting that Biden just, you know what's interesting? Both Trump and Biden have had this on-off like one term. Like Trump did one term, then here comes Biden doing one term, and then Trump came back. But it just tells you that our current state of American politics is we're getting over political parties much faster than we were. Because there's a strong chance that the next person who wins after Trump will be a Democrat. So is that going to be the new normal, that we're going to go through political parties every 4 years without people having 2 consecutive terms? Like, I don't know, because we've already done it 2 times. We might be doing it a 3rd time. I really don't think, I don't know. I don't know what this country is going to do. But there's something in me that tells me that we're going to have a Democrat, and then we're going to have this. But like these next years, we're going to just have this inconsistent, like power vacuum, right? We're going to have, well, we just did it with 12. We might have 16 years of this shit. So 1 term of a Republican president, another term of a Democrat, another term of Republican. So we did 12 years of that already. It's up and down all around. We might do it again with a Democrat. And whoever this Democrat is, will he be able to keep the seat, or she? You never know, but it's most likely going to be a he. Are they going to have 2 terms? I don't know. I just feel like we're just in so much political debauchery that it's really hard to assess when that's going to happen. But that's just a thought. That's a thought in my mind. So yeah, George Santos is back in trouble. Like, George Santos, baby, you just got pardoned. Trump just got you out. Like, what are you doing now? What are you doing now? What are you doing now? So now he's facing federal regulatory scrutiny over allegations of inside trading and market manipulation on the online prediction marketplace Kalshi. I think that's how you pronounce it, Kalshi. He was doing some stuff with that, and I was like, this is getting weird. But apparently he allegedly posted on social media that he would attend President Donald Trump's State of the Union address, but then use an account to bet tens of thousands of dollars on his own non-attendance. Like, this is nasty work. So he basically put up that he would go, did not go, but then basically played into it. So the financial windfall was that by him skipping that speech, he reportedly pocketed substantial profits while misleading public traders. Dirty. And then there was frozen accounts. After discovering the suspicious pattern, Kalshi froze his account and issued a formal criminal referral. And now there's a federal investigation. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, and the Department of Justice, which is DOJ, are actively probing the trades. He's confirmed that his legal team is in contact with investigators. Sir. So this rival prediction platform, Polymarket, immediately ended its paid promotional relationship with Santos following the news. So he had a relationship with Polymarket, which is even more messier. So he was doing this shit through Kalshi. Once a scammer, always a scammer, child. Allegedly. But sir, like, you can't teach a new dog old tricks. He's always in some shit. But what can I say? What can I say? It's always going to be something. Always. So these Democrats, California was the primary state to watch. Everybody had their eyes, on California. We don't know what was going on with these votes. I can't keep track. It's suspenseful. What I do know is that there are going to be runoffs across the board. There's going to be runoffs for governor. There's going to be runoff for LA mayor, which is very telling. But Karen Bass, who's the current incumbent, she's in the lead. But now there is going to be a face-off, with who's in second place. Because pretty much if you do not get first place, if you don't get over 50% of the vote, it then goes to a runoff. And it doesn't matter what political party. So it could be 2 Democrats. It could be 2 Democrats. It could be a Republican. It just, the gaps are changing. So the big things that people are talking about is that Raman, this is the woman who is a progressive. Her name is Nithya Raman. She is getting close to eroding on the lead of reality star Spencer Pratt. He's in second place, but she's gradually eroding his lead as mail-in ballots are getting counted. So, Raman now trails Platt by 7,500 votes. Someone says, I think it's over, a political consultant said. The second place finisher will face incumbent Mayor Karen Bass, the top vote getter, on Tuesday's primary. That's November 3rd runoff. So there is a strong chance. So they're now fighting neck and neck. Pratt fell to just over 27% of the vote, while she slightly jumped over 26% of the vote. And now Pratt leads her by like 7,500 votes. So she's catching up on every update, and it's accelerating. So there is a chance that she will be in the runoff. She's growing, he's not growing. So this is why I want you all to know, all my LA listeners that's listening, because I do try to follow what's going on in California a little bit, right? I mean, I did get my master's there at USC, so I guess I got to know what's going on in my other city on the West Coast. But what I tell people about elections is the night of the election on Tuesday, a lot of people were like getting all emotional, freaking out, going, LA gets what it deserves, blah, 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 blah. And ready to say that Spencer Pratt got it. The New York Post, which is a messy ass publication, was all like, "Oh, she's crying. It's Spencer Pratt, and it's Karen Bass." And now it's looking like this man did worse than we thought. And he's the Republican nominee. So 2 Democrats are most likely. We don't know yet. It's not official. So far, Pratt is in, as of the recording of this podcast. This could all change by the time all this is said and done. So we're going to keep our eyes glued to it. But what this tells me is that these votes are not over. Clearly, all the people that was calling, Ramen a snake and a backstabber, homegirl might actually win this runner-up, and then it's going to be a fight. But I think she clearly ran a race, and people was upset because she was in city council, and they thought that she was making it harder for, because people were arguing that Spencer Pratt, who was a Republican, was going to be the runner-up, and they were claiming that because Nithya Raman got in the race, that she was, because they assumed that she was third because of how the numbers were initially. That she was a far-off third, had no chance, and assumed that she took away Karen Bass's ability to just win outright and get what needs to be done, so there wouldn't be a runoff. But there's a chance now that Spencer Pratt's whole little political future and career and interest might not even be happening, and there's a chance that he's going to leave LA. Good riddance if he loses. Please leave. Because his frustration came with his house being on fire during the Palisades. A lot of rich, wealthy celebrities were upset with the way things were handled. But let's be very clear. A white arsonist started those fires in LA. Karen Bass did not set those things on fire. You might have disputed about her handling in different types of ways, but to blame her for the fires and the reason why your property got burned is just intellectually dishonest and just not a fair discussion to be had. So a lot of wealthy celebrities were frustrated. A lot of them got behind him, and that's very telling. And some of you all who like some of these people should look very carefully at who liked what and who supported what and who's been behind the scenes. Because I've been seeing some of these likes. Okay? Billy Bush. Well, he was a problem anyway with all them Trump interviews. Remember him on Access Hollywood? We ain't forget comparing this man to Obama. Janae Aiko. We see Janae Aiko, and I know her property and stuff went through it, but like, girl, it is very telling. It's just very telling. But we're going to keep an eye on this race because I'm actually curious what's going to happen with that LA mayoral's race. Karen Bass is one of the few black women to ever hold the position. I think she is, the first black woman mayor there in LA. I think she is. She is. She's actually the first. So she's the first woman. She's the first woman, actually, and first black woman. But the first black mayor of LA is Tom Bradley. He was elected in 1973, so that was 50 years ago, and served an unprecedented 20 years, making him the longest-serving mayor in LA's history. Y'all don't got no term limits in LA, y'all? Interesting. They ain't got term limits in LA. Interesting. Okay, Tom Bradley. From 73 and 93. Talk about that. He died in 98, 5 years after he was no longer mayor. Okay. He was born in 1917 and he passed away in 1978. So he was 81 years old. He stopped serving in 76. 56 years, 20 years in office as mayor. What a life. They don't make him like that anymore. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Now, with this California governor race, which is also heating up, we don't know how that's playing out right now, but there's been some interesting leads. So, California governor race, Javier Becerra is in the top spot. So he's definitely guaranteed. Katie Porter has conceded. But now we're trying to figure out. So he's going to advance to the runoff. But and he pulled ahead of rival Republican Steve Hilton. So this is why I tell people, if you all watched the night results that Tuesday night, Republican Steve Hilton, who was backed by Trump, everyone said, oh, this is going to be scary. Democrats this, Democrats that. Well, y'all, Javier Becerra is the lead of the entire cycle. So he's good. So now it's going to be between the votes is between Tom Steiner and Steve Hilton. They're both going for it. So Steve Hilton is still in the lead as of the time of reporting, but only 71% of the votes were in. So anything can change. But it's guaranteed that Javier Becerra is going to get Xavier, Xavier, not Javier, Xavier. Xavier Becerra is going to get the nomination. Not the nomination. Well, he's got the Democratic nomination, but he's well, let me clarify this. Because this is a little confusing. California has an unusual primary system. So all candidates, regardless of political party, appear on a single ballot open to any registered voter. The top two candidates then move on to general election, and then, that's what it is. So it doesn't matter of your political affiliation. Everybody votes on the same primary day, and whoever is in the top two positions or slots will then face off. So it doesn't matter party affiliation. Like, for example, Tom Steiner and Steve Hilton are still duking it out. I don't know if Pennsylvania should do that. I'm curious if Pennsylvania should entertain runoffs. Like I tell you, I do believe that there was a runoff between Mayor Cherelle Parker and Rebecca Reinhardt. I think Rebecca Reinhardt would have won. I mean, everybody want to do this whole ranked choice voting shit. Maybe that's too much. Maybe we should just start off with runoffs first before we do ranked choice. Maybe we do that. Let's see how Philadelphia would work if we did runoffs. Because I do think in a city like Philadelphia, in a city that's majority Democrat, we will be debating over the type of Democrat. And in races that are often crowded and competitive, it would be fun to make the city to coalesce behind somebody. It will feel more democratic. It will force people to have to campaign harder and speak needs. Because right now, the way our voting system is set up in Philadelphia, you just only have to bring out your base. But what does it look like when you have to earn the majority of voters, regardless of the circumstances? Like you have to get over 50% of the vote. You have to. So Rab would have to get 50% of the vote. Right now he got less than 50%, but he still got the nomination, of course. Mayor Cherelle Parker had less than, I believe, 40% of the vote. So, we don't get a real, this is just not as much of a democratic process. We're getting plurality, not majority. We're doing plurality. So whoever has the plurality of votes wins. But I want majority. I want outright democracy. I want outright 50% or more. So that means we have to do a runoff, so fucking be it. But that's what we should go for. I think we should go off for runoffs. I'm from Texas. I'm from Texas. And runoffs is what we do. I had a runoff when I ran for student body president. We always gonna have a runoff in Texas. And I think that when we do, we all have a level of satisfaction with the results because we can all say, we all show back up. And if you didn't show back up and you didn't care, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, we had a process. So let's pay attention to that. New Jersey Dems are going through it right now. There's a lot of drama in New Jersey. There's a lot going on in New Jersey right now with just Delancey Hall. This ICE protest at Delaney Hall Detention Center in Newark. There's been a lot of drama. Governor Mikey Sherrill and Senator Andy Kim, they attempted to gain entry inside the facility, but of course, federal officials didn't let them. Andy Kim was paper sprayed by ICE officers. There's been a lot of fallout. It's been a lot of drama. People have been frustrated with the response. Cory Booker claims he was there. He went, but people don't know if that's true. People think he's been really weird. Um, Ras Baraka, in Newark, he's the mayor. He's my frat brother. He's changed his positioning on it needing to be shut down. People was critical of the way he was responding, how the free press was treated during all this. There's a lot. There's a lot. And ICE did fire back at the New Jersey Dems, said that detainees get better treatment than U.S. prisoners. Oof. Oof. That's messy. But that's where we are with them on that. And then before we move on, there's a lot going on with this Platner guy. And I really was trying to mind my business, stay out of Maine's business. Still don't know how I feel about this situation with this Graham Platner dude. He just staying some mess. A lot of people are comparing him to John Fetterman. I think that's a little bit misguided because of his politics. There's so much stuff going on. So he's this progressive populist politician. He's a military combat veteran. He's an oyster farmer. He's a white man. Let's emphasize he's a white straight man who's anti-establishment. Let's just remember that part. He is the presumptive Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate race in Maine. He is looking to unseat the incumbent Republican Senator Susan Collins. This is going to be a June 9th primary election. So that's tomorrow, Super Tuesday over there in Maine. So we following all these primary races up until, right? So there's a June 9th primary election, okay? He's an insurgent campaign. His campaign got a lot of national attention, strong working class platform, all this intense personal controversy. He got a lot going on. Now, before I get into his mess, because there's a lot to be said about this man, but this political platform is interesting, right? So he opposes the U.S. involvement in foreign conflicts. He has labeled the war in Gaza a genocide. He is pledging to reject funds from pro-Israel lobbying groups like AIPAC. He strongly campaigns on Medicare for all. He advocates for a 5% tax on wealth over $1 billion. So that's like a wealth tax. He supports affordable housing, strengthening labor unions. He differs from the Democrats on supporting gun rights. His campaign got some big endorsements. He's got Bernie Sanders backing him and Elizabeth Warren. So this guy, on paper, looks like the real deal, right? And ideally the type of person that Democrats should want to lean into, right? A straight white man, an oyster farmer in Maine. Ha ha, ha ha. All the things. But he got some problems, y'all. And I don't know if y'all been following this. Some of y'all might, but he got some problems. For starters, he got some Reddit posts that got deleted, but some archival databases exposed that his past online comments under the pseudonym P. Hustle. P. Hustle is what he calls himself, or he called himself. P. Hustle. I'm going to call him Graham P. Hustle Platner. He made some racist remarks, some homophobic slurs, some victim blaming statements regarding military sexual assault. He had a Nazi symbol tattoo. It was revealed that he had a chest tattoo resembling a Nazi SS Totenpopf. This is skull and bone crossbones. Very Nazi coded, right? Very much so. He covered up the tattoo and claimed he originally got it while drinking with fellow Marines without understanding its meaning. He's got the tattoo covered, but you was out here drinking with some Marines and you got a Nazi tattoo with Marines in you. Okay. More mess. Wall Street Journal revealed that Platner, this candidate, was exchanging some sexually explicit messages with other women while his ass was married. Now his wife, her name is Amy Gertner, she has defended him. She's standing by her man and she remains by his side. Sidebar. Not that I'm trying to get messy. It's because she probably already knew y'all and they done already addressed this issue. But I digress. It gets worse. New York Times did a major bombshell investigation that detailed accounts from multiple former girlfriends of his describing volatile, unsettling, and emotionally wrenching behavior. One of his exes had said that he physically twisted her arm and locked her in a room. Now, he's denied this and says politically motivated. Now, he says he's openly said a lot of his past volatile behavior is due to severe undiagnosed PTSD, depression. He said heavy drinking when he was in the military. He asserts that therapy and treatment through Veteran Affairs, which we all call the VA, starting in 2017, really transformed his life. He told the voters to vote for him on his current platform than his past mistakes. It's got a lot of shit going on. It's got a lot of shit. I got so many thoughts. Bear with me because it's complicated. It's complicated. I know y'all would say it's not complicated, but it's complicated. So let me start with this. Let's get this out the way. If this was a black woman, a black candidate, black man, whomever that ran like this, they would have been off the roster immediately. Immediately. They wouldn't even had a chance of running, right? So I just want to, let's get the racial elephant out the room. If this was a black candidate, they would have been done the moment they had a page called P Hustle. They would have been done the moment they had the Reddit posts, okay? We would have not waited for a Nazi tattoo, even though we wouldn't even got a Nazi tattoo. But, whatever. There's so much shit here. This man got baggage. So that's the first part. So the first part is if he was black, this wouldn't be happening. So we got that. Here's the thing for me. There's a lot of disingenuousness. Oh, let me back up before I get to these Republicans. Democrats are trying to change the way in which they go for candidates. I got to be real with you. They really want to go for white candidates because they want to appeal to white voters. Ain't nobody black trying to run for a seat in Maine, to my knowledge, for these seats. I think that there's an interesting dance being played here. I think that it makes sense to run a guy like this in Maine that can beat Susan Collins. He clearly is liked. He clearly is popular. It's an experiment. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know all the ways, but I think I get the logic that in these very, very white areas of the country, they're trying to take the Senate. Every city, every state, every place is not, you can't run black candidates everywhere. You just can't. I'm not trying to act I want to be very clear. What we should do and what we can actually do are two different things. Okay? And I think too often there are some Democrats who want to keep replaying the same playbook. That's insanity if you want to win. We've done it too many times. We cannot run Kamala again. Sorry. This will be her third time run for president. It's enough. Hillary, 2 times. It's enough. It's not happening. We have a country that is not fully there yet. I'm not trying to force people to do something that I know they're not trying to want to do. Okay? It's just not happening. There are people that still wants to keep the Hillary thing. We become a divided party. There's got to be some give and take. If we got to move. When Biden won, I knew Biden was not my favorite person. I did not vote for Biden during the primary. But at the end of the day, when he got the presidential nomination, I was like, well, this is what it's going to take. You're going to have to run a white man against a white man. I thought Bernie Sanders, but clearly black voters we're not there. And Bernie's got problems with how he reaches out to black voters. So if you're not even putting in the work to get your votes, then you get what you get. Okay? Period. So in this case, though, this man's not running for president. He's running to be the senator of Maine. Maine is white, very, very white. And at the end of the day, this man appeals to those people. He's an oyster farmer. That's all they do. Well, that's not all they do in Maine. I'm going to put some respect on Maine's name. But they do oysters. This man is relatable to them. And he's got a lot of problems, like a lot of those folks that's over there. He's there. I don't want to compare him to John Fetterman, but he is that type, except without the other shit. Because it seems like he's very clear on his politics. So I think people need to stop comparing him to Fetterman, because I don't think that's his politics. If you actually look at his policies, he is really more progressive. Fetterman was progressive in some sense, but he was always like that middle ground dude. I don't necessarily think we should keep comparing everybody to everybody because that just becomes messy. I think he just got some baggage that is very concerning, I'm not discounting that. But at the end of the day, Democrats are applying a new strategy that I do think in certain areas makes sense. Run white folks, run a white Democrat in Wyoming, run a white Democrat in Kentucky, run a white person in predominantly white areas, and do what you got to do so we can win this majority. And then eventually, maybe we can evolve. But we got to stop pretending like that's not where we are. And it takes a lot of time, a lot of work. And I like I said, is this somebody who should run for president of the United States? No. Would I want this person to run for Congress in Philadelphia, a majority black city? No. But for Maine, he's good for Maine. What's good for Maine is not clearly going to be good for Pennsylvania, may not be good for clearly Georgia, you know? But we know what it takes, right? And we know the areas. So I do think there's something to be said about that. However, and it gets me to the Republicans, there are some very disingenuous people that play this tit for tat around this conversation around Israel. And there are some Jewish conservatives that have tried to do the argument of the Democratic Party has lost its way. There's a lot of anti-Semitism. I'm concerned. And then I go, but you support Trump though, right? How do you think, let me just say this to any person who is Jewish that supports Donald J. Trump. I want you to not say anything about Nazis, neo-Nazis, anti-Semitism within the Democratic Party. Please don't. Please don't. Like, what moral, like, metric are you? If you want to say both parties got problems with shit, sure. I'm all for that if you want to make that argument. But if you're going to fix your mouth to say, this is why I had to stop supporting the Democratic Party, to do what? To support Trump? The man who literally has been aligned with members of the Ku Klux Klan, who literally was with Republican news voices that espouse anti-Semitic shit on a regular. The same Republican Party that had people comparing them to aliens and lasers. Marjorie Taylor Greene, did y'all forget about her? Oh, okay. You didn't care then, right? Because is this really about Jewish faith? Or is this about the fact that Platner specifically do not support Israel as a country based on what's happening in Gaza? Like, I just, because before the Nazi tattoo was even in conversation, there were people that were already not feeling Platner from the Jewish conservative spaces because he called it a genocide. So y'all didn't like him anyway. Now, the Nazi tattoo situation is very problematic. By all means, I'm not defending that shit at all. But I'm just saying that if you are a Jewish person that supports Donald Trump and want to have a moral high ground in reference to anti-Semitism, and you're using Graham Platner as your rationale for not supporting Democrats, that's intellectually dishonest. I need you to stop playing in our faces because you clearly know what Donald Trump has said. You clearly know the type of people that Donald Trump has hung out with. And I've never seen this rising level of criticism around anti-Semitism in the Republican Party. I don't hear enough about it. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, people was like, never heard much condemn, like condemnation. Like, the way in which cancel culture on that side has really been aggressive, I can understand it, but I just noticed that, like, no one ever talks about these Republicans and their anti-Semitism. Like, we never hear the Anti-Defamation League do out big blanket ass bold statements and long, like, you never hear that. Like, it was so many allegations towards Mondani as a candidate, but we never, and it's like, there's always this weird moral high ground with Democrats, which I get, but it's like, but if you support Trump, how do you make that argument? And then it's crazy because they'll tell black people or queer people, like, you'll be okay with Trump's homophobia, you'll be okay with Trump's racism, but the moment that a conservative or somebody says something anti-Semitic, then all of a sudden you want to tell black people this is the line draw. Like, we didn't already have a line already. Like I was already annoyed with Platner had concerns when he did the shit with the homophobic racist slurs. But I guess people didn't care then. So like, miss me with the bullshit. Like, miss me with the bullshit and stop it. Like, stop weaponizing your identity to justify your hypocrisies. Because that's what we're seeing here. Like, let's be consistent. Let's be consistent. It's a lack of consistency for me. There's a lack of consistency for me. I've just noticed this pattern that the conflation continues. The conflation continues because honestly, what the pattern really is that anyone who does not support the war in Gaza, anyone who calls it a genocide, there is going to be a vested interest in finding a problem with them that can deflect from that issue. For Grant Platner, he has a lot of issues. So by all means, he's a flawed candidate. There are people now trying to encourage the party to take him out with somebody else. Here's the thing. Why does the Democratic Party have to intervene in races? Let the voters decide. Let the voters decide. Put some money behind his challenger. Let the voters decide. Because what was funny to me was that I saw a lot of conservative Jewish people entertain Trump up and down based on his stance on Israel and skipped over all the racism, all the sexism, all the misogyny, everything else was wrong with him, but really kept the conversation focused on Israel. So they got to be one issue candidates. They said, look, I don't care about everything else. I don't care about the racism. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. They voted for what they voted for. Republicans do it every fucking time. They don't care about none of that other shit going on. And they voted for who they wanted because at the end of the day, they knew that Trump was going to do what he wanted to do policy-wise, and they put all that shit beside. Is this the time for Democrats to now vote like Republicans and say, you know what? I don't give a fuck about all that. Because at the end of the day, if Susan Collins gets that seat, guess what? You're not going to get the health care that you care about. You're not going to get anything. You know what Susan Collins is going to fucking do all day. So y'all would rather have Susan Collins? I mean, look, the man is apologizing. I'm acting like a white woman right now because this is what y'all do. I'm going to act like a white woman right now. I'm not saying that this is how I feel personally, but I'm just going to tell y'all how it sounds. Like, because this is what we got. This is what black voters get spoon-fed all the fucking time. See, you're going to get a dose of your own medicine right here. Listen, he apologized. He apologized. What more do you all want? He said he was sorry. He had a depression. He's going through some hard times. He's acknowledged his faults. Everybody makes mistakes. Let's just give the guy a chance and see what happens this time. I mean, at the end of the day, look at his policies. How does that sound? Because that's what I heard for Trump and Biden and every other, white candidate. So I will say that Grant Platner's platform as a white candidate, personally, speaks more to my personal politics than a lot of these other people that I had to vote for that got nominations, and I had to bear and grin it. I had to bear and grin it when Biden's ass had said a history of racist things, even things about Obama. And I had to sit there and had to just vote for him nonetheless, right? I didn't get what I wanted during that nominations period, right? I had to suck it up for take it for the team. So, I didn't hear people being like, the party needs to take him out, replace him. Nah. Let the people decide what it is. And guess what? Let them vote how they want to vote. And if he wins, he wins. And we'll hold him accountable, right? Right? Because that's what we was told. We was told when these people get elected, we'll hold them accountable, right? Right. So that's how I feel about it. I guess I do have an opinion about it. Let democracy handle it. Let the voters decide tomorrow on June 9th. Let them figure it out. If Maine voters think that, hey, I believe him, I think he gonna be fine, let him get the damn nomination. Y'all have done it before. Don't act like this the first time you ain't done it before. Let him get the nomination. And then see what happens in the general. But trying to have the party keep having these moral dilemmas and these fucking purity tests that y'all don't even uphold. Y'all told us no more purity tests, right? Y'all said no more cancel culture. I wrote the book. You all said no. You said no, people make mistakes. Oh, but I guess on one issue, that's when we got to draw the line. Y'all remember my book. I did a whole chapter, my favorite chapter. Not all cancellations are the same. So I guess the racism, the misogyny, the sexism was not enough to cancel him. But when he took that stance on Israel and y'all thought that was anti-Semitism, so you all are having the Oppression Olympics. Why can't we all be in solidarity that any form of hate or bigotry is unacceptable? I'm very tired of my peers in this marginalized community, right? We got Jews, we got everybody else. But I'm tired of certain folks in community that never want to show up and be in solidarity with everybody else. So y'all are silent when the racism is happening. Y'all are silent when the homophobia is happening. Y'all are silent when the transphobia is happening. Y'all are silent when the sexism and misogyny is happening. Y'all are silent on those issues. But the moment somebody do something anti-Semitic or do something that you feel goes against your personal politics on the issue around Israel, then that is when you want everybody to suspend disbelief every single time. But every single time we're told to ignore. We're told to give people a chance on racism. We're told to give people a chance or give them the benefit of the doubt. They apologize. The man has covered the tattoo. He's apologized. What is the difference between that and a person apologizing for past racist remarks? What's the difference? Go ahead and say it. Go ahead. I'm begging you to. What's the difference? What's the difference? Trump said, grab her by the pussy. Trump put a target on innocent black men, Central Park 5. But we was told bigger fish to fry, bigger issues, bigger things. There's a bigger objective here. Okay, so there's a bigger objective here. The Democrats gotta get the Senate. I'm just giving you a mirror right now. I'm the mirror right now. I want you to hear your shit thrown back to you, and maybe you will think twice before you say it to a black voter. Yeah, it's no fun when the rabbit gets the gun. And the Democratic Party is taking new strides. They're doing new things. See, no one likes it now, right? Because we can't get enough to get out the votes, enough to keep the identity of the Democratic Party as it is, because we just don't get the voter turnout like we used to. So now we got to engage different voters. They're doing different things because we as a community have not been in solidarity as groups. There's got to be better Jewish solidarity with the black community, Latino community, all of us, immigrant community. We got to get more solidarity, or we're going to see more Grand Platners out here. But for what it is, because we don't have that, this is the hand we're dealt with. And I'm being pragmatic. I can't sit up here and keep dying on moral swords and then my rights get fucked up. Because here's the thing, black women have fallen on that. Black voters in general have fallen on that. Queer people have fallen on that sword. And every time we fall on those swords, guess what happens? We don't get the jobs. We don't get the promotions. We don't get the media access. We don't get the press badges. We don't get the consulting gigs. We don't get the strategies. We don't get the ward seats. We don't get the things that we should be getting based on our contributions to the conversation. We don't. It will always default back to white folks and their feelings, whether they're wrong, right, in between. They're always prioritized, even in the Democratic Party. Black voters are 25% of the Democratic Party in the larger masses. 25%. We deserve the equity. We have huge influence in swing states. I digress. I didn't say what need to be said. I digress. I'm tired of the bullshit, quite frankly. I am. I'm tired of the double standards. It's always a new goalpost getting moved, and I'm just over everybody moving the goalpost every 5 seconds. It's like it gets played out at a certain point in time. It's like everybody keeps, ooh, well, this issue, this no, no, please. This man had a long laundry list of issues, and there was nobody, there was no major call up until one particular issue. I'm tired of it, and I think voters are too. They are too. Now all these stories want to come out the woodwork. Come on. I'm not saying that they're not true. I'm not saying I don't believe victims. I'm just saying that a lot of the party, like, and now what? Now what? Now what? Who? And then Susan Collins wins, and then we're gonna have far worse issues. Look up Susan Collins. Everybody want to talk about Platner's allegations, but there's been allegations of Susan Collins having extramarital affairs allegedly. Funny how media outlets never talked about that, but people said that was an open secret in Maine forever. But all of a sudden, all these stories about Platner pops up, but no stories about Miss Collins, Senator Collins, allegedly her alleged affairs. Oh, nobody got anything to say about that? Oh, how convenient. I rest my case. Moving along. So there are some media changes. There's a lot going on in media. 60 Minutes, it's like every other day there's somebody leaving. This time Scott Pelley, who is iconic, got fired having a whole dispute. He went off on Nick Bilton and Barry Weiss, but Nick Bilton specifically, there was a gathering they had. There's a lot of change in 60 Minutes. They keep losing people. A lot of drama, a lot of turmoil. But Scott Pelley had enough, okay? The legendary Scott Pelley. Legendary. He went off. But, we still got Bob Woodruff. We still got some of the OGs, Leslie Stahl, Bill Whitaker, and John Wertheim. They're gonna remain on, because they want to fight. They want to keep 60 Minutes alive as much as they can. But there's been a lot of controversy, and he was fired last week. 37 years at the network. Had a clash with a new editorial leadership. There's been a lot of immense turmoil within broadcast journalism. There's been a lot of fierce public debate over corporate independence and media bias. I mean, y'all see what's happening in Philadelphia with me and this administration, not the Trump administration, the Parker administration. So y'all see the fights. Y'all see what's going on. There's a lot of people who's been going. I mean, Sharon Alfonsi and Cecilia Vega, who were longtime correspondents. Cecilia Vega was the first Latina woman to be able to be a correspondent at 60 Minutes. Now she's gone. Paley had accused Barry Weiss of murdering 60 Minutes. Questioned Nick Bilton's qualification. He's the executive producer, new executive producer there. He questioned his qualifications for the role, given his lack of broadcast television experience. But a lot of people have been going over the past several days. Tanya Simon, who was the executive producer, she got let go and got replaced. Executive editor Dragan Milkovich got let go as well. But Bilton issued an immediate termination letter to Paley, accused him of hijacking the meeting, displaying remarkable, quote unquote, incivility and contempt. But there's been several allegations that Scott Paley had put out, accusing CBS News and their parent company, Paramount Skydance, of issues, severe journalistic allegations of questioning integrity. He put out a statement. He said that basically new management allegedly instructed him to, quote unquote, inject falsehoods and bias into a politically sensitive story, basically to include completely unverified assertions. He did an interview with the New York Times, warning that CBS News was effectively on fire due to management putting a political thumb on the scale. Now, CBS executives have vehemently denied these allegations. This man has won 51 Emmy Awards. He is one of the most awarded broadcast journalists of the modern era. 51 Emmy Awards, 4 DuPont Silver Batons, 3 Peabody Awards. These are George Foster Peabody Awards. He's won 3 of them. Nothing to play with. Nothing to play with at all. He's got some big wins. Now he's going. He's going. Just like that. So he's 68 years old. He'll be 69 next month. He's been married for 40 years, over 40 years. Yeah. It's a lot. It's not the process. Not the process in this industry. It's just, corporate media ain't what it used to be. So that's why I always say I work with and I work for. So, yeah. So, Anthropic, this is very interesting. They are proposing slowing down AI development. There's a lot of risks. A lot of people are having this conversation about companies. Companies are slowing down AI. Like there's a lot of drama going on with AI. Again, there's always drama, but we got some updates on AI. So Anthropic is proposing slowing down AI development amid some risks. There's some risks going on, and they're now asking folks to slow down. Like they're slowing down their own development. And this has been a lot of drama with this. So basically, they has proposed establishing a coordinated global mechanism to temporarily slow or pause advanced AI development. Now, this is the Anthropic Institute. Their proposal they put out, which I read through, is warning that the breakneck pace of technological advancement risks causing humans to lose control over frontier artificial intelligence. So there is this core threat. There's this recursive of self-improvement. So basically, they're stating that advanced AI is rapidly reaching a threshold known as recursive self-improvement. This is basically when an AI system becomes capable of autonomously designing and building its own successor model without any human intervention. A little scary. So in other words, if a model builds its own successor, any existing misalignment or software bugs could compound exponentially. So this is a feedback loop that narrows the human role in the development process and makes the system vastly harder to monitor, secure, and align with human values. There's a rapid internal acceleration data. So this is what they're saying. Anthropic is AI, but it's a little messy, right? These people are with the people with Claude. This is the same group, right? There's machine written code. So they said that as of May 2026, 80% of the code merged into Anthropic's production code base was authored autonomously by its chatbot. Yeah, it's no joke. No joke. So that's one problem, right? Like, they're saying slow the fuck down. Interesting. Slow down. Because now the shit is thinking faster than them, is what the red flag is. That's part one. Here's the other issue. Tech companies and other companies are beginning to scale back on AI usage because now they're noticing problems with the performance. Go figure. So a lot of tech companies had a budget, right? They had a budget for ChatGPT and AI tools and things. And at one point in time, some of those companies were encouraging their employees to use the tools. Like they really wanted them to use the tools. And they were laying off people to replace them with these AI tools. Well, the gag is that the budgets that they are using and involving in, that they were involved in, is sucking up and consuming so much data that they're eating up the budget faster than they can imagine. So For example, there was like, oh, we got a budget for AI tools. They may have a subscription of how many gigabytes or whatever usage of AI they're using. And they were like, okay, we got a budget for this, we're using this much. Well, the amount of people using the AI tools, they're using it so much. People are becoming so codependent on those tools that now it's raising the bill, almost like an electricity bill for these companies. And so now they're like, hold the fuck up. Y'all like this is we had a certain amount of money to use this shit. Now y'all done ran the bill. So now they're like saying this shit is costing way too much money. And also there's certain problems they're also having too. Like now these companies that tell everybody, all these companies are now saying, they want to scale back on everything. And I'm like, oh, really? That's interesting. That's very telling because I didn't recall that was the case. So basically, what's going on is that these tech companies are quietly scaling back complex AI projects because of the infrastructure costs, a clear lack of financial returns, and there's some massive concerns over autonomous agent sprawl. So rather than funding these massive experimental models and these giants, they're shifting to cheaper open source alternatives and restricting employee usage. So they're stopping their employees from using AI. They're slowly doing it. There are sky high compute bills. So, for example, advanced autonomous AI agents are outpacing human labor costs. There was a leak revolving Microsoft that revealed that these internal autonomous coding tools racked up infrastructure bills that were larger than the engineers' full-time salaries. So you replace AI for a human, and what you replace is costing more money than what you was paying your employees. And it's a budget exhaustion. Even Uber is having this problem. Uber is burning through their entire AI budgets in a matter of months. Like they're now forcing immediate usage caps on staff. But they're like, yo, y'all using this AI too much. Chill out. Y'all spending too much money. And then there's also the negative return on investment, right? So there was all this massive capital investment into these data centers, right? All these people put that money in the data centers. Well, these major firms, Meta, Oracle, Google, are now saying they got negative returns on their initial AI infrastructure rollouts, which is now making them go back to the drawing board and say, actually, there's a broader financial reassessment. So, in other words, AI has done too much. It's not doing what they thought it was gonna do. The shit's not cute. I never use the shit. I don't really fuck with AI. I mean, AI is in our everyday world, but I'm not like, I don't use ChatGPT. I don't use Claude. I don't buy in these tools. I don't have a use for it. The shit's weird. I don't like it. Research is even showing that people are feeling like dumber or feeling like less adequate the more they use it. Like the more people use AI, it can make you automatically begin to start feeling, lazier the more you use it and more codependent. And also there's a certain part of your brain that's just not working. You all can tell that my podcast, my brain is my thoughts, my theories, my mind. We want the errors, we want the mispronunciation of words. We want, I jack up and butcher people's names, but I'm a human. That's what makes me, work. It's weird. It's a weird concept that's now even a conversation within itself. But yeah, that's where we're at with it. And then lastly, before we get to local politics, a lot of y'all been asking about Google. Who I have an update about Google. We talked about this last week about DuckDuckGo or Go Duck or whatever, and how I've been fading out, but there's been more reporting on this. I always would tell people Google me. I might have to not say that anymore because Google is no longer a search engine. It feels like it's now an AI assistant. That might change based on these concerns that Google is having about AI. But to be clear, what's happened, and now I know the way to best explain this. So what's happening right now is that if you go on Google and search for things, there was a time where if you use Google, and other experts and people have said this and have mentioned it this way, but Google used to be a search engine, right? Where a search engine is like a restaurant. Like I'll use a restaurant metaphor. You know what? Actually, no. I'm going to use a grocery store metaphor. That's even better. You go to a grocery store and you look up, you go through fruits and vegetables, and there's a variety of fruits and vegetables. And you go inside and you pick what type of apples you want. Do you want Granny Smith? Do you want whatever? And you just go through it. It's like a big, huge grocery store full of spices and herbs and things. And you go and you pick what you want. That was what Google used to be as a search engine. It used to just have all the information there. And you just go through and see which ones are credible and which is this a good apple, a bad apple? Does it taste good? Does it not taste good? You was, have your own agency to determine that. And that's how you had good researching skills. Kind of like going to a library. You figured out which books, you could see all the books and you figure out which ones are good based on the indexes. So that's what it used to feel like going to a grocery store, right? And growing up, I grew up in the era where I was aware of the Dewey Decimal System. Did I use it as often? No. Did I get encyclopedias at the library? Not really. I didn't grow up like that. I knew how to I did go to the library when I was younger. I used to go and I was aware of the Dewey Decimal System. Um, but I also got to a certain level of age where I'm able to look online. The library, I was at the age because like my formative years of doing research was in high school wise, it was in the mid 2000s. So 2006 to 2010. Went to college in 2010 to 2014. So by the time I was in college, going to the library meant first looking up the book online in the database system. Like before I even walk my ass up in there, do y'all got this book? That was how I came from that era of I'm going to check out the book. But before I even check out the book, let me look in y'all database, see if I got the book. If y'all don't got the book, then I'm not even going to go to the library because it's going to waste my time. So that's how hip I was to it. And of course, there's a library app. So you have the app and you can, I was at Van Pelt like all the time, but I didn't waste my time. I didn't go there looking for a book because I looked at the database first online. So I had an online database. So what y'all would do is, and I ordered my books like Uber Eats. I would like request books and I'll come pick up my books. Be like, okay, somebody, the librarian is there. She gonna have my books ready for me when I pick it up because I ain't got time to go through all them sections and do that. Now, that's just how I did it. But that's the era, right? So we still use libraries, but we had technology databases to help us find our shit. Now, my mom's generation, and some of you all who are listening to the podcast, because I have a multi-generational audience, some of you all, you're like, what are you talking about? Like, there were like cards and shit I hear. Like it was like a alphabetical order and a name section thing. You have to learn a Dewey Decimal System and you have to look through the little cards and shit. I don't know anything about that. I'm not going to pretend I do. And guess what? It's okay. I also am the generation where I think when I was younger, when I was like 7, 8 years old, I remember the different editions of the encyclopedia. We had physical volumes. But y'all, when I got a little older, it was like Encyclopedia Britannica was online, so the books were cute. And there's something to be said for physical media. I think, and I want to say this little plug before I get back to the big argument Google, but sidebar, I think now more than ever, physical media is important. Like magazines, zines, books, physical books, matters. Even DVDs and CDs, because I'm realizing that they're trying so hard to put all of the content out there in the digital world. But if streaming goes away, nowadays you could lose your whole archival history. I still have all of my Disney DVDs from the first like Disney Renaissance, all those DVDs, VHSs. Keep your independent physical media. I thought that, years ago, I was like, I'm so happy about Disney Plus because I could watch everything at home. But I realized titles are going away. They're editing content. They're erasing details out of history. Like friends of mine was telling me about like certain TV shows they grew up watching, like a Different World or Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like they're taking certain things, they're editing certain words, phrases, things out of TV shows and episodes and online versions, but physical DVD editions that came out in the early 2000s that we used to have like box DVD sets of TV shows and seasons. Like I grew up, I have all of these things. You can watch the original versions. You could watch the original versions and everything. So I'm big on that type of media. Like we gotta bring that shit back. That's just my personal opinion. So that being said, back to Google. Google's a search engine. It was a search engine. We had all these options. Now it is pretty much an AI assistant. And what I mean by that is nowadays, let's go back to the grocery store metaphor. You go to the grocery store, they're like, hold up. What do you want? I want some fruit. Okay, here are several fruit options we have that we would like to give you. These are options you choose from. Well, can I like pick out my apples? Can I go and see for myself? No, you don't have to go to the grocery store. We at the front. So the AI assistant now is like the gatekeeper. They're the ones recommending and telling you what you should know. They're curating information for you and telling you what they want you to know and how they want you to interpret the situation. Rather than you do your own independent research and get access to articles and stuff yourself, they're now curating information for you on your own behalf. That's a very, very bad thing to do because we as humans should be able to synthesize information, think critically, determine what is important to us rather than somebody else doing it for us, especially someone, you mean something because it's not even a person behind it doing it. So that is the problem. Like these are not helpful tools. And I think people are starting to realize that like it's error. It's error driven. There's a lot of error. Like I just miss the days. Like I want to go to the grocery store. I want to pick out my fruit. Thank you. I don't need you to think for me on every fucking thing. But that's the problem with some of y'all. Y'all wanted these apps to tell you every damn thing. Like you can't think for yourself. Take some time, slow down, and go look up some shit for yourself. Go read some articles. Like I have, like I don't like that. It's so sad. But like when I was at Eater, AI was like really hurting Eater, the content. They're still around, but AI has really ate up traffic. Like there was a time I saw it like where in the very beginning when I started, there would be massive traffic on article recommendations for places to eat and things to go. And the more and more and more I was like AI was advancing at that time, and I was at Eater, the traffic was just like like really declining, and we didn't know why it was the case. And the case was that it was AI because Google stopped promoting actual legitimate credible news sources because they wanted to push out Gemini, and so Gemini was abstracting content from my fucking articles and not necessarily citing me or naming me or any of that shit, but putting that out there. So if a person, for example, back in the day, because this is what this means. Back in the day, if you put up, okay, best cheesesteak places in Philly, articles would come up and will tell you, and like the most popular credible sources, like Eater was a credible source, right? You'll see in Eater, Philadelphia Magazine, food places like that, outlets. They would be the first article. So you would click on our articles immediately. Like Eater was incredible with that. Like you would just in Philly, like our cheesesteak articles will always be top because tourists would easily Google, and the moment they would Google, that would be like one of the first articles that would come up, and they would click on us first and then read. They would click on the first couple of articles, but they would click on us first, and we would get that guaranteed traffic. When AI came into the game through Google and became AI assistant with Gemini, then automatically articles were no longer censored. It would be a little list of recommendations that they would generate, and then people would just look at that shit and go, okay, thank you, and then leave. So the articles, the traffic was like not happening as much. And so that's why we see a lot of newsrooms struggling. To be clear, that's why the game has changed. Like, that's why articles don't get read as much as they used to. And Google has really ruined online traffic, and it's going to cost a lot of people jobs. Why do you think that I don't do articles like I used to? Because I know how the business is going. I'm ahead of my time, y'all. Like, I'm a trendsetter for a reason. Like, a lot of y'all kept being like, you should write an article about this. Y'all not reading articles anymore. Remember I kept saying y'all are not reading articles anymore? You're not reading the articles anymore. So now I have to find creative ways to get my information out there. That's why I'm on social media. That is why I write on my posts in ways that get the information out. That is why I do more podcasting. That's why I do more radio. I do more audio content, visual content, because AI can try to emulate that, but it's a little bit harder for them to. But these articles, they're just taking my fucking words. They're taking and abstracting my ideas and are automatically just churning that shit out. And you're never going to read it like you used to. You're never going to click on these articles like you used to. Unless you're like the New York Times. Even the New York Times is struggling with it. But like major media outlets are struggling with it. And then also like Facebook does not support and amplify journalism anymore. So you guys are not even on Facebook anymore. So there used to be a time where people used to, there was a golden era of the early 2010s where articles on Facebook can get hella traffic, but now everybody's doing like video content and memes and shit, and the articles online shares are not. Now people got put paywalls, so now paywalls to make money, but like no one's spending money anymore because they don't feel like they have to thanks to AI. So we're in a really crazy media clusterfuck. People like myself, who's already built a reputation as a credible outlet and source and a voice, I'm good. But this new generation of people, I don't know. They're going to have to be more multimedia geared. I don't know anybody can walk around. There's some people that still want to walk around and write articles all day. Local news still has a place in the business. But national shit, I don't know. It's not, it can't be done the same way. I learned that very early and I pivoted very fast. So I'm still relevant. I'm still in the conversation. But a lot of my peers in this business, especially in Philly, you're like, where are they? I don't read their stuff. Like, I don't read their articles. I don't know much about what they're doing. There's an older generation that consumes their content, but everybody else don't. But there's a reason why. And they're stubborn because they're getting paid. So this is their job. I had to change that because I knew where the industry was going. So look at Google, right? Google now is an AI assistant, pretty much. I mean, there's still articles that could be found, but they're driving everything towards AI curated shit. So you don't really know what's real, you don't know what's true. I guess they try to direct people, but people are not going to read the articles anymore because now they're going to be so lazy that they're just going to read whatever the summary is. And this is bad for children, like young people. Because if this was out when I was like, I think about my brother, like my younger brother, my baby brother, who's 16. I don't know what the paper's looking like. Like he's about to start applying for college. I mean, he's about to be a junior. This fall he's gonna be a junior. We're gonna start having conversations about college. I'm just like, he can write really well, actually, but I'm just like, it's just different. Like my younger brother, so there's the baby and then the younger. My younger brother, he's 23. He's still got some, I mean, ChatGPT was running up and down Temple in his, but knows how to write research and he knows how to write and definitely was on him throughout his entire time in college to like understand research and things. He's solid, but this baby, my little one, I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know because it's like, what's the art of writing a paper nowadays? Professors, like there was a time where that used to be a thing, but like, I don't know. They got to slow this shit down. I think everybody wants to slow this shit down. So we'll see. So local politics, I did a big talk already about Mayor Parker. Talked a lot about it. Did my big one, y'all. Y'all know I did my big one. Um, you know, if you want to listen to my full no guts, no glory take on the failed tax proposals for Mayor Cherelle Parker, you can listen to that special edition episode. A lot of you already have. But it's all out there, right? She lost, her big three taxes that she wanted to get done. The hotel tax, done, did not happen. The rideshare tax, which is a big controversial one, done, did not happen. The online delivery tax, dead. None of them happened. And the backlash of that is that $48 million one-time fee will go to Philadelphia School District. But as a result of that, Mayor Parker did not really honor any of the budget priorities of everybody else. So the budget priorities of members of city council got squashed. There's going to be a lot of flat funding in certain areas. Some not, some are. There's a lot. And one of the biggest issues that have been talked about is the public defender's office. The public defender's office did not get any new funding at all. But I heard some tea. And I'm going to spill this tea exclusively to Ernestly speaking. This tea is for the podcast because I don't think I can really delve into it anywhere else at the same level of time. So there's some interesting things because I'm taking some time to look at these budgets and hear what's going on with funding priorities. And the tea is hot. The tea is very hot. And there is some messy things going on right now. Some messy things being alleged. So here's some interesting things that I've observed. City Council gave District Attorney Larry Krasner more money than Mayor Parker proposed. Some people have speculated that that might have something to do with a very messy situation that got underreported. So, a judge, this is a story that happened in Inquirer. This story came out late April of this year. The headline reads, "A judge intervened in a personnel dispute in the DA's office, raising ethical concerns." Allegedly, quote, "The episode has left one of the most important units in the office without stable leadership and contributed to what sources described as a workplace marked by distrust and fading morale." So the homicide unit at the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office, this is reported by the Philadelphia Inquirer, has been in a lot of conflict because they have not had a chief after a months-long dispute that escalated into some really questionable intervention by a sitting judge. So D.A. Krasner, this happened back in March of this year. He moved to resolve this longstanding beef between two supervisors in this homicide unit by reassigning them to new roles. But apparently, the plan changed when Municipal Court Judge Karen Simmons pressed him to reconsider. Yes, the Municipal Judge Karen Simmons did this. And this is very telling, this judge. Like, why would Judge Karen Simmons do this? What's happening here? What's the tea? So Simmons supervises the criminal division of the city's lower courts, and she often presides over homicide cases. She met with Krasner and objected to this proposal of transfer of an assistant supervisor, then asked City Council President Kenyatta Johnson to weigh in. This is according to sources who spoke on the condition of anonymity to the Philadelphia Inquirer because they were not authorized to discuss the personnel matters. Now, apparently, Council President Kenyatta Johnson subsequently contacted Krasner's office to express concern, one person said. And in the end, the assistant supervisor was not transferred. Now, legal scholars said that the judge acted improperly and may have violated the Code of Judicial Conduct by blurring the boundaries, between the courts and the prosecutor's office in a way that could undermine confidence in both. She did not speak for comment, and a spokesperson for the courts did not respond to a request for comment as well. Now, Krasner denied that Simmons influenced his decision-making. He did not deny meeting with Simmons, but he said, quote, that neither she nor I dictates each other's actions, but he would not elaborate on their discussion. But there was a discussion. And apparently, he said that the conversation with the judge arose from a long-term professional relationship in which that included occasional in-person and telephonic discussions about a variety of professional issues, all of which are entirely appropriate topics for an elected DA and a supervisory judge to discuss. However, let's talk about this conflict, though. It has racial undertones because it is between a white unit chief and a black assistant chief. And this had going on for months, and that's the beef. That's the beef. And so the drama is that Bob Wainwright, he's an experienced trial attorney. He got promoted, this is last January, to homicide chief. And then they tapped Christian Wynn, his name is Christian Wynn, whom the prosecutors describe him as a rising star. He was the assistant chief. So Wainwright believed that Wine was disrespectful to him, not doing his work, not doing enough work. And then when, felt like Wainwright had assigned her to, not really good task. So to be clear, Christian Win, I think it's Win, is Win is a woman, and apparently was overheard in office calling Wainwright, who's a white man, that he was the least impressive white man she ever met, allegedly. Wynn did not respond to the comments. Wainwright did not as well. Krasner tried to intervene with this drama, tried to have a senior member of the staff mediate the conflict. It did not work. They had drama. And Krasner moved Wainwright, the white guy, to a grant-funded position with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then Wynn to the District Attorney's Gun Violence Task Force. They was told that they would keep their supervisor titles and salaries, but would no longer oversee the homicide unit. Wynn, who was black, saw it as a demotion. And so Krasner was going to announce these moves, and that is when Simmons, who is, mind you, a mentor to Wynn, went to Krasner's office and encouraged him to rethink the decision to assign one of the few black female supervisors in his office. And apparently, she also called Kenyatta Johnson, the city council president. Messy. So, because of that controversy, politics, I'm just going to put this out there. You think for 5 seconds, this is my analysis, this is my opinion. My opinion, I could be wrong, but I got thoughts. You don't think that Krasner just simply did that and changed his mind just cause? So you get hit up by the council president and a judge about keeping somebody in a position that you was going to change, and you decide to. So then what do you get? Oh, you get more money suddenly than the mayor proposed. So Kenyatta's playing interesting sides here because he needs Parker's endorsement, and he can also ride Krasner's coattails of supporters. And Larry asked for more money, and he got it. That's one way of looking at it. Or, hypothetically, allegedly, could this be considered a bribe? Did Kenyatta bribe Krasner with more money to say all those nice things about Judge Simmons to stop her from getting in trouble? Because, quite frankly, she could have been reported to the Judicial Conduct Board. And also, when you look at the courts, they got more from City Council than Cherelle Parker proposed as well. So either Larry Krasner or the courts could have reported her to the Judicial Conduct Board. I'm talking about Judge Simmons. So a bribe where he gets Larry to endorse and the courts to not file a complaint. And Kenyatta's clearly close to both Judge Simmons and Krasner. Allegedly. I mean, the courts did file a judicial board complaint against that Judge DeClaudio. That was a drama with him. I don't know if y'all remember that scandal with Judge DeClaudio. I mean, the courts did file one. And, look, he had some drama, that Judge DeClaudio. He was the one that was on fire for a cheesecake scandal, hit the ethics charges over conduct in chambers. So he's been hit with a lot of allegations, okay? He was suspended without pay amid accusations that he sought to influence a case. So Claudio's had some allegations for a while. And some suspensions and all types of things being said about him. So it's very telling. It's very telling. There's already a lot of stuff. They were saying that, hey, he's already under fire for his involvement in his wife's cheesesteak restaurant. Now he faces misconduct charges for allegedly trying to influence a colleague in the case of a friend of rapper Meek Mill. So Claudio got slapped for things, but here's the thing. Simmons did not. And people have argued that Judge Simmons, allegedly, this is what they say in the courts, I've heard this said, that, she's played the race card her entire judicial career. And in this situation, might have played it to protect Wynn. And of course, she's a former counsel for the police. As a former counsel for the police, she's close to Kenyatta and other power players. So there's a lot to unpack here. Just saying. Mm, mm, mm. Ooh, it's going to get messy. But that's the exclusive for Ernestly Speaking. Watch that. That's just something I've observed. Pay close attention to that relationship between Krasner, between Council President Kenyatta Johnson. And let me say why this is also messy. Because the DA's office got money. The council president advocated to get money for Krasner. More money than Mayor Cherelle Parker offered, by the way. And also, the courts got more money. Interesting. But zero money for the public defender's office. Interesting. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. The hunger strike is still going on. People was asking me what my thoughts are about the hunger strike. I've thought about this, and I did talk about it, I think everyone has their way. Everyone in a democracy, people are going to protest in different ways. People are going to make demands in different ways. And what's happening right now with this particular protest, it's about a sunrise movement. There is a trans individual named Erica that's been on this hunger strike for over 2 weeks now. They've also done thirst strikes, things of that nature. It's been a lot of hospital rushes, a lot of emergencies. It's scary. It's very scary to watch. And they're in a wheelchair because the stand would be painful, but it's just very scary to watch. And they're trying to raise awareness on funding hunger and all these other issues. And at one point in time, for over a week or so, the mayor just would not even engage. And I spoke out. I used my platform and I said, listen, at the end of the day, people don't have to agree, right? But to not acknowledge it, to not have a conversation, to not provide information, just to me is just a poor example of leadership. If you're the mayor of a city and somebody is partaking in a very public and very triggering hunger strike that is garnering like national attention, to just completely ignore and consistently do that, it's just not good, right? Listen, you don't have to acquiesce to the demands on everybody's list. I know I don't. But when you're in a position of power, where you're an elected official, Like, there are people that make demands of me. I'm like, well, first of all, I'm not an elected official. This is my own personal public platforms, okay? You can't tell me what to talk about my podcast. I choose what I want to choose. I don't belong to you, right? There's a difference when you have independent agency, when it's your shit. But when you are an elected official and you're doing a public service in a certain type of way, there's a level to which you can't, you have an obligation, because that is your job as a public servant in that role as elected official. And so somebody is literally having a hunger strike based on policies that you're designing. It requires a conversation, the bare minimum. You don't have to agree, but that person deserves the right to be heard, and you have the right, you should engage them, especially when there's been formal requests and there's been a very structured way in which engagement. Listen, it's one thing to just go, okay, everybody's mad, everybody's this, everybody's that. No, 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 no. You don't respond to every comment. You don't got to respond to everybody's critique or complaint. I get that. But when somebody or entity is putting up a very, very significant, sincere, and very active request that is very publicly known and wide, then you really should engage, you know? And the same goes with the press. So to not do it just speaks volumes of leadership styles and attitudes and maturity. And I just think that the park administration is very immature. And they get in more trouble, not because of their ability to agree or disagree, but just the way in which they just treat people. It just really was disheartening. Like when I saw the video of Erica and they were in the wheelchair and they were trying to engage the mayor, to see the staff visibly, actively turn their whole bodies and backs against this person that's in this wheelchair as the mayor makes it this point to be very thankful and very visible to these cops, was just a very visually symbolic gesture of just how tone deaf this administration is. Like how they concede and to oppressive power, and how they legitimately use that power to block concerns of desperate, disabled people. And I don't mean disabled as in physical disablement, but people who are weaker, how they lean into it. And the mayor leads into that. It's disgusting. It's nasty. And it's like, you know, you have to wonder to yourself, like, is empire made for Black folks? Like, whether it's a Black woman with those types of powers, state powers, it doesn't matter. Like, I think there are people, and I'm one day I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it very soon, actually. I might post it on Instagram or something. But I think, to me, the plot is missing. I think that there are people, I've come to realize that there are two types of Black Philadelphians. There are Black Philadelphians who want people with power to serve their best interest, to further their cause in a very humane, just, and meaningful way. Policies that's going to advance the betterment of their livelihoods in ways that are ethical, respectful, and with dignity. And at a certain extent, we just want power that's going to empower Black people. We don't even care about the race, to be honest. That's what we want. Then there are Black Philadelphians. There are some who are hyper obsessed with Black people having the power. They don't necessarily care how they execute that power. They don't necessarily care the affiliations, the endorsements, the ethics. They just want a Black person with power, and to them, the representation alone is a success. So you got people who are interested in actual Black empowerment, and there are people who are invested in Black positional empowerment. Those are two very different things. And I think the older I get, the more I realize this issue, that there are people who lean into this representational politics. So you got people who are obsessed with power. And you know what? I think this is across the board. I don't even think this is, I'd say Black because we're talking about Black folks right now, and this is a Black conversation, but I think about people in general. Like, there are two types of people. There are people who are in who are who desire power by means of empowerment. They're invested in power that's rooted in material impact. Like most of their whole conversations is going to be about power and accountability, regardless of who the person is. Then there's people that are obsessed with power through representation. They value who has the power more than what the power actually is. And so it goes into the what versus the who. And I find that the conversation debates that I'm having in Philly, specifically in Philly politics, is that there are people that are so obsessed with representation. They think that representation automatically equivocates to guaranteed empowerment. It doesn't. So there's people who desire power through accountability, and there's people that desire power through representation. There you go. There I go. That's the point. That is the point. I had to think this through. I'm interested of power through accountability. I think that the way that we get to liberation, to justice, to the things we need has to go through accountability. And any power that is going to be accountable to my community and to my neighborhood is power that I'm okay with. So that's elected, if that's a white elected official that will make themselves accountable to what I need them to get done for my community, for my causes, I will elect you. But there are people who don't care about that. They are more obsessed with power through representation. Their obsession is that they want representation. They think that naturally accountability goes out the window for them. They don't care about accountability. They don't argue that. That's why when we have conversations with them about accountability, it always gets representation politics gets thrown up, identity politics gets thrown up with them because they believe that the representation of the power is everything they need. They've put the trust in the identity more than the actual legitimacy of the action. See, when you desire power through accountability, you have set the standard. You have set the goals. You have a benchmark. There's an agreement. Power through representation gives you the mindset that because we look alike, because we have similar identities, that somehow you resonate with me in a different way. And so that is the biggest issue. And this is not even just a Philly issue, but I'm thinking about Philly right now when I talk about this. This is a issue that I think is happening on a very national and global scale. But I think I talk about this in my book, like a little teaser, but we talk about this, about power via accountability, power via representation, and how those things conflict. And so I'm seeing two different types of Philadelphians right now. And I've observed it this weekend when I look at the arguments that people are having. You care so much, you're so obsessed that the mayor is black, that you don't actually care about what the mayor does. You don't. You're so willing to protect the mayor because she's a black woman without even caring or questioning what the legitimate concerns are. You feel like protecting the mayor means protecting you and your identity rather than actually holding her accountable to the policies. I can't do that anymore. I'm going to vote for people that are going to be accountable, that I feel like I can hold accountable. If I don't feel like I can hold you accountable, I'm not going to vote for you. There are black elected officials that clearly I vote for that I believe that can be accountable to me. There are some that I don't think can. And so I'm voting on accountability. I cannot vote on representation. Wow. I found a way to put this in words. I did in the book, but I had like chapters and shit to talk about it. But I found a concise way to explain that. And I think I am actually going to talk more about that. You're going to see something on social media about this. You are. So when you hear me say this, just note that when you see that post, you're going to be like, that's why he wrote that. Because that's exactly what it is. I've found the words to articulate it in a very concise way. Power through accountability, power through representation. They're not the same. People think you can do both, but history has told me that that's not really true. It's not true. It's not true. It's not. So that's that. Lastly, back to the hunger strike. I want to get back to that because that I don't want to forget my point on the hunger strike situation. So here's my thoughts personally. I think everybody should have the right to protest. I think everyone should have the right to do so civilly and non-violently. I don't like, I support civil disobedience. I support non-violent protests, okay? But here's the issue. And I think it's a combination on both sides with this. The protesters say that we have a $1 billion surplus and that with this over $1 billion surplus, there's money to be able to go. The reason why they're mentioning this $1 billion surplus is because Mayor Parker's administration had bragged for over a year about having good financial health and having a 1.2 whatever billion-dollar surplus, which got everybody's eyes open and excited and hungry and thirsty and lit about this surplus. And so what I found out, and I knew, but I wanted the mayor to say it on record, is that most of that money is not actually like freely, can be used freely. A lot of that money has to be used for debts and things of that nature. So we don't really we have some money that can be freely used in the surplus, but not as much money as has been manufactured or hyped. And so while this mayor bragged about a surplus, what she also did was create a problem, because the moment that she said $1 billion surplus, everybody was like, oh shit, we got extra money to spend. Let's do that. And the mayor has not really been very transparent about the fact that that quote unquote surplus money isn't really money that can be used for other stuff, but to address debts and things down the road. Everyone, like, there's been some condescending ass content creators who have tried to do the whole people don't read, people don't do enough of their research, they only got 75% of it. Please shut up. Because here's the reality. The reality is that the Parker administration made the $1 billion surplus a conversation part. Had she never even brought it up or even said it, you know what I mean? Like presented it that way, we would have been fine. Nobody would have never known about it. And my thing is, why put that out there if you know what the implications are? There should have never been a narrative of $1 billion surplus, because surplus to people think access money that can be used. Like if I said I got a $500 surplus of what I intended, that would give people thinking extra cream off the top. So people would think that it would be cream that can be used for other things. But that's not the case with that $1 billion surplus. She knew that. They knew that. But they wanted to present themselves as being this fiscally responsible group of people. But honestly, it's not surplus, really. It's really ain't surplus. It's reserved revenue for expenses that will come down. Like, it's not open free money. Only a small, they got like maybe what, 45 million, I think was mentioned from Rob Dubois, the finance director. Like $45 million might be available to do some fun things, but shit, that ain't nothing. You know what I mean? Like not to them to just spend it all on one particular thing. But that's the issue. The issue is that the Parker administration did not do a good job communicating that at the end of the day, they're the ones who touted that damn surplus. They promoted that damn surplus. They did. And now look where we're at. Look where we're at. So yeah, I just, yeah. So that being said, and this is why it's important to mention this, the Sunrise Movement continues to talk about $1 billion surplus. We don't have a $1 billion surplus, which means that their whole crusade on arguing for the administration to use this money to fund all these different issues, and they're like breaking down the money. The breakdown of that money could not come out of that $1 billion surplus, because most of the money for the $1 billion surplus has already been allotted for debts and other things. So technically what they're arguing for structurally, they can't even get based on what they're asking for. Like if you're going to do a protest, I mean, you know, if you're going to make a logical claim, right? The goal would be to actually point to something that you could actually give money to. So for example, if I was to protest the city over the $5 million for the chief public defender's office, I could make that argument. There would be a fair protest to make, because they do have $5 million in the budget that they could give to the chief defender's office. Like they could do that. They could easily help those resources. They're not. They're playing politics, and we know why, right? They don't care. I also think that the fact that the money is supporting immigrant causes, they're not playing those games. They don't care about undocumented people. They don't care about those issues. They don't think it's a priority compared to other issues impacting quote unquote citizens. That's where their energy really is at. They don't want to put any serious real money behind that to that level. They don't. And honestly, they're frustrated. I mean, honestly, this is more so the Park administration felt some type of way with the ICE legislation, felt some type of way about the way that the the public defender's office have been consistently taking on this issue, and the park administration did not want to engage. So by them putting more money to it, it will be a political thing, because then they're scared it's going to poke the bear with Trump and trigger the Trump administration to be like, you all putting this money. They were never going to do it, sadly. As long as that was about a budget priority of the public defender's office, city council, honestly, in retrospect, was never going to give that money, because they never wanted it to be weaponized politically by conservatives and other folks. And also, the park administration was never going to allow it to happen. In the city, that's why the city didn't get those priorities. But more money went to the courts, the DA's office, because the DA, I guess, played nice with one of their people, allegedly. The courts, and of course the police department. Of course, the police gets money all the time. But that being said, Sunrise Movement protesters, to now continue to keep the hunger strike, knowing the realities that this is not a possible goal that could be done, it kind of fuels martyrdom. Martyrdom. I mean, it kind of feeds martyrdom, because it's like, this is Philadelphia, and sadly, if they say they can't make it happen, they'll let you die, which is fucked up. But I've seen it. This is not going to end. I don't know what the end goal is. I don't know what the end goal is at this point. With the budget's been settled, they're not going to change the budget next week. Maybe, who knows? I mean, never say never, but I doubt it. I think the budget is going through its motions. It's a done bun, and several people are going to be pretty pissed based on the outcome of the budget. But it's sad, it's sad. But I just hope that they take a moment to go back to the drawing board, reevaluate different tactics, different conversations. I don't think they're going to get what they want, because I don't think there's any money for them to get what they want at this point. And I also think that the movement, it was a great conversation. It definitely made the mayor respond in certain ways. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be in the back of our mind now. And I think that's important. But I don't think that there's going to be this massive budget demands. I mean, especially given the group in question. I think if there was a broader coalition of people that would have got involved, that would have made the difference. But here we are. So moving along, this is an episode. We got a lot to talk about, right? Center City Sips. A little shameless plug. My younger brother lives in that area, lives around there, near there. That was one of his favorite places. Remember I told you last year he had his own little summer? It was like the whole rave, Center City Sips. It was like 2 summers in a row. He was so hype about this damn thing. This year, he's so over it, y'all. He is so over it. He's like, I'm good on it. I'm like, what? What you mean you don't like it? He like, I'm good. I'm like, you don't like it? You don't want to see this? He is so good on it, honey. He wants no parts of it. I'm like, what? I've seen some videos. First of all, as somebody who has known about Center City Sips for like what over 10 years, Center City Sips been dead, y'all. Like, who is still doing it? Who's participating? But it's interesting. It's like a generational experience. Like, I feel like a new generation. Like, I feel like all the Gen Zers are beginning to get over it. I feel like the older Gen Zers are beginning to get over it. Millennials, we've been done with it, y'all. Millennials, we any millennials that are participating in Center City Sips are losers, creeps, or just folks that are not acting their age. I'm just dead ass. I don't know. I don't know. Like, we're so past it. Like, Center City Sips used to be for young professionals and, a couple of other folks to go downtown, and we're already downtown, get a drink or something, and, whatever. It bleeds into dinner. Because that's what they really wanted, to get the summer, because summer will be dry. People will be out of the summer, like going out on the shore and shit. So it was a way to generate revenue and buzz. Because no one ever, at least for myself, I never just went for the drinks. Like, you start off getting little cheap little drinks, and then next thing you know, you're falling into food, and then you're spending money that you didn't even realize you're going to end up spending. And so that's the goal. It's to really boost revenue for the restaurant scene and all that. There was a time when it was cool. That time has been long gone. It's been long gone, y'all. It's been long gone. Now, professionals do not come down to Center City Sips, okay? Everybody, the whole hood come down. Everybody come down now. But not even just that, right? Now it's folks that's not even from here. Like, I hear now, allegedly, well, not even allegedly, I've heard from folks that folks from Wilmington, like, there's a whole bunch of Wilmington dudes and cats that come down. Like, folks from South Jersey, like, everybody and their mother is coming down to Center City Sips because it's their new little fun stop. So they come here, get in fights, do dumb shit, cut up, and then go back to where they come from. So, but it's also being heavily regulated now, apparently. Apparently there's like stronger police presence and things. But it's like, all of this shit is it that? I guess it's a moneymaker. I guess it's a moneymaker. I mean, at the end of the day, the way that I drink is very different from how other people drink. Like, I'm not a fan of all them watered down drinks. I mean, also, too, the restaurants are being very selective about who they're letting in during those Center City Sips vibes. I went to Pearl and Mary early this week and for happy hour, and I went on was it a Thursday? Thursday, did not go on Wednesday. So I now avoid downtown as much as possible. I do. As much as possible, I try to avoid it. I really don't go down there unless I got a reason to. What's the reason? What's the point? That's my mindset. I try to avoid it as much as possible. But when I went on Thursday, it was real chill. I was like a whole different type of vibe. I was at Pearl and Mary. I was out with my brother and a friend, and we went to happy hour then. And the happy hour is popping at Pearl and Mary. I forgot how good it is. Oh my goodness, a very good happy hour. And the drinks were popping. They had a bee's knees and a julep. Was it a mint julep? Yep, a mint julep. That was really good. But yeah, it was a very good. They had really good cocktails. But they had the juleps and they had the bee's knees. Those are my two cocktails. And I had the Vietnamese wings. I had a burger. We shared some fries. He got some oysters. Oh, and he got the fish sandwich. Everyone loves the fish sandwich. The fish sandwich apparently is really good. But yeah, it was popping at Pearl and Mary. So I got to come back here for dinner. It's been long overdue. I got to spin that block. Yeah, Pearl and Mary is like a good old, this is a good staple. There's been a lot of places that have come and gone on that particular strip. But Pearl and Mary has I was so happy when Michael Scholston finally got that piece of the Monopoly puzzle of his thing, because it was like this other like pasta place before that called Anici or Nucci. I was like, this looks very corny and I don't like another pasta place. Yeah, I'm just so happy they put that right there. Like, that was just a genius place, because Oyster Bar is always packed. Like, Oyster Bar is always packed and always got a lot going on. You got to get in super early. It's always a lot going on at Oyster Bar. So it's just nice that we have more spots like Oyster Bar spots that you can go to, and because you can never get enough. I mean, oysters are really in right now for various reasons. One is because they're not exported like they're from the US. And so the tariffs, I think this has something to do with the tariffs. And so I think cost and things, they're very cost effective. So that's why you're seeing a lot of oysters being sold, or people using them or cooking with them and doing more with them, because they're domestic. And so there's no tariffs impacting its quantity and its food quantity. So I think that's why we're seeing oysters just pop up and show up in a lot of places now, because it's more cost effective than a lot of other things that was imported and things of that nature. So, but the more you know. But yeah, any grown person, avoid Center City Sips if you can. It ain't for us anymore. And now my 23-year-old brother is like, yeah, it's not cool anymore. I'm like, oh, it's not cool anymore. Go figure. So that's that. So this week's Ask Ernest, I feel like I should say this. I use this opportunity as a piece of advice. I had a very interesting experience this past week. Wasn't nothing too big, but I think about this all the time. It happens like every every 6 months. It always somebody will try it, and I think it's important for me to once again put this out there. But I want to emphasize that we should know your wealth and demand your costs. So there was this like tech startup company. It's always a tech startup company, right? These people are from Warden. I'm not going to name who they are, what their business is, or whatever. But they reached out to me and they are, I guess, trying to do a new food app or some tech app around restaurants and food and dining in the city. And these things annoy me because Penn, like, I went, as a Quaker, listen, as someone who went to Penn, as a Penn alum, one of the things that annoy me is just the redundancy of innovation, quote unquote, at Penn. Like, everyone's always creating like the same fucking thing. And they're like always MBA students and stuff. And like, do y'all not have any like creative ideas? Like, do y'all not know how to like, I don't know, innovate for real, for real. But I just find it's always the same people creating the same exact things. And I'm just like, you really just wanted to get a award in MBA. You really are clearly not, you really don't have a really good original idea. The idea is not really that solid. It's not that creative. But because you want something that is easy, beasy, beautiful, quick, fast for your, whatever your capstone project is, you just come up with the laziest thing. And so I can't tell you how many times over the past several years that I have known of somebody at Warden, some business entrepreneur type person that want to come up with an app around something around restaurants and dining. And it's like a restaurant dining app, groundbreaking. A restaurant review app, groundbreaking. Like, it's just the same shit every fucking time. And like, I've got to the point where I just delete some of these. I'm like, what is the point? What is the point? We're just in so much review culture. Like, what does it matter? Like, these things are just stupid. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Unless you got like a merchant where like you're doing, not even delivery. Like, we're over delivery, all the fees. Like, that's just such a stupid concept. I'm just tired of it personally. So, long story short, because of my background with restaurant recommendations, critics, and things of that nature, that work I've done for a piece of time, these people reached out to me from Warden. They were Warden students in the MBA program, but they reached out to me and was like, "Hey, we would love to pick your brain." Y'all already know that's my one of the worst 3-word phrases. There's a lot of bad 3-word phrases, but that is one of my favorite 3-word phrases is "I love you." 3-word phrases. I love you. I hate you. I don't like that, right? No, thank you. That's not what I hate. That's fine because you said thank you at the end. But pick your brain is like the worst because it's automatically extractive. So anyway, they start by saying like they want to. They see this. They see this work. They see the work that I do and the reviews, and I'm clearly someone who knows the restaurants really well. And they're saying that they have this startup business, and there's this launching thing, and they're asking me, they're saying, "Hey, want to talk further details?" But they're asking me specifically, pretty much, we want to, can you give us, our app wants to partner with restaurants. We were wondering if you can give us a list of restaurants that you might think are interested in this. And would you mind, giving us an introduction or making a formal introduction for us, in the process that we wonder if you know that. And in return, we'll keep you updated on the status of the app and the progress of the site. And you'll be able to, get to be one of the first to beta, experiment with it and subscribe. Y'all, I know y'all listening to this like, so my response was, oh, I would definitely be interested in it. That's a very laborious task. And I do have several restaurants that might be interested in this. And I definitely know restaurant owners. And you definitely came to the right place of that. What is your fee and what is your budget for consulting on this at this scale and this magnitude? They the they go, oh, well, we don't have a budget per se for that type of service, for this particular service being rendered. But, I imagine that it wouldn't be that difficult or that hard to provide a simple list of restaurants since you've already know the people and whatnot and make an introduction. I said, excuse me. And then pulled the we're fellow pin. I said, excuse me. We both know I went to Penn. I've taken some boarding courses. I'm very much aware of labor and expertise in budgeting. So let me be clear. I'm aware of your project because I've done similar consulting in the past, and I know there is a budget, and I was paid for it. You might not have consultation in your budget, but there is a budget. You just, to be clear, because I don't want to argue semantics, you just don't have a budget for this particular skill set because I think you just simply assumed that by asking me, I was going to willfully do it. And I guess you thought because of the collegial familiarity that was going to grant you that. I don't know any of you all. But nonetheless, this is work. This is labor that should be compensated. I'm actually baffled that you will create an app about local restaurants and don't know any local restaurants and don't know any local people. So what's the basis to creating this project? What, to get a capstone? So you just had this idea and you just thought you was going to extract from local folks that know the scene better than you. I mean, what's funny is that I have no interest in creating a restaurant app. And I guess my feedback to you is that it's excessive and we don't really need one. But to simply think that you're going to go through my Rolodex of contacts and have me create introductions for you to create an app that you can make money off of, and I have no equity, no pay, no fee, no invoice for any of those services, even though it's literally the foundation of your entire actual app, is asinine. So have a nice day. Be well. I'm off. Don't ever feel bad to tell somebody no. Don't ever feel bad when people are asking of your labor in ways that make you feel uncomfortable and make you feel exhausted, especially strangers. I have learned that when it comes to people I don't know, even people I know, but specifically people I don't know, I will be quick to say no. No has been strong over here. Lately, because of a lot of publicity I have, there's been a lot of people that want my time in ways that I feel like cross boundaries. And I've found ways to set boundaries. Like lately, because of my visibility, there's a lot of people that have been fans. I wrote a book on stan culture. I get it. But I can't hang out with everybody. I don't have the ability to go to brunch and shoot the shits. Some people have found a connection with me on social media. Some people have found a connection with me through just my visibility. And I get it. I can understand seeing a person and admiring what they do from afar and wanting to have a closer connection. But it is a boundary. And I've learned it. I've learned it over the years. I've been doing this work for over a decade. And there have been people who, in the past, my friends have been very protective of me, and I'm very grateful for that, is that I've had folks that were quote unquote fans. And then next thing you know, cease and desist letters had to be given out. I had to literally block certain folks. I had to literally have a lawyer send a cease and desist letter because people would become incest. And not most of the time it wasn't like Black people, to be clear, but it would be like there was this one older white man. Oh my God, years ago. This is like a while ago. I thought this man would never leave me alone. But he was a white gay man, older, was a fan of myself and some of my friends, but like read my articles, when I used to, write for the mag, used to just all the things. And it's eventually like got to a point where he will always message me and things and, casual conversation, not too much. I never gave him too much, never talked too much with him, but some of y'all might remember him. Some people who might know this might already know who I'm talking about. This is a long, long time ago. But basically, he got upset. First off, he was obsessed with my journalism. He decides to write for some random blog, tries to get a press badge, wants to be, I guess got inspired by what I was doing, decides to do it for someone else, but wants to be out and about in just the wrong ways. It's just weird, just unwell. And disagreed with me on something. I think it was about Krasner, which is weird. I was critical of Krasner, and he was he felt this level of betrayal and got so mad. And I was like, okay, we can agree to disagree, take care. But ever since that moment became an absolute troll. Was just so angry and so shocked that I was so critical of Krasner and went through like hell and haywater, began to DM me like crazy messages, but then began to go on like cyber chats and tag me to posts. And he created a fake like Twitter page and used to tag me and tease me and harass me. He started calling Philadelphia Magazine and complaining about every article I wrote and every little thing. Like he became obsessive and it was like a real thing. It was really creepy to the point that I had to like send a cease and desist letter. And then he slowly faded into obscurity. And yeah, but like I learned very carefully like to create a boundary with folks that like I don't know. Like I get it. I get it. I get that there are people who this work connects with and it's relative and I find all that fun. But as somebody who just wrote a book on stan culture, I am even more like, nah. And we're at a time now in the world where I get it. There's this level of loneliness. People feel the connectivity. People want that. And then people get parasocial relationships where they go, oh, and I get really, I don't say this, but I get really turned off when people are like, oh, you're like my best friend I never had. I'm like, don't say that. That's creepy. Don't say that. That's like really weird. We don't know each other. Calm down. But like there's those relationships that people have. And it can be flattering, but it can also be very concerning. And as somebody who, like I said, I interviewed celebrities recently that have had stalkers. My concern in those dynamics is that when people have that like unhealthy connection, what happens is that the moment you do something they don't like, that shit goes in a completely opposite direction. It goes in a completely opposite direction. And so I'm always super like distance from people I don't like know, like really know, like because people will get super obsessed and then they'll turn around and become obsessed in a different way. And it's like, I'm not here. And then there's people that cross boundaries. Like they'll tell you stuff that's like, oh, I like when you do your haircut that way. You should go back. No. You don't tell me how to do my hair. Like full stop. Don't tell me how to do my nails. Don't tell me what to eat. Leave me alone. Like that's too much. That's too much. That's too much. And as people have done that, and there was like a certain person that was like, oh, you're like my nephew. I'm not your nephew. Like, thank you. Enough. And I remember that was stuff like over the years, like on my body, like all kind of comments about, it's like, this is way too much. I didn't ask for your approval. I didn't ask for your opinion. And I've had to snap back and clap back. And there are people who got mad by that. It was like, oh, he's uptight. He's this. No, I'm not. I'm just like, I don't know you. You don't need to be telling me. You don't need to be coming up to me telling me anything. You don't need to be in my DMs late at night sending me messages like out the blue. Like I get people who do this thing where they'll just pop up in my DMs and ask me a question and be like, random questions. What can I do? Like, I'm not an encyclopedia, y'all. I'm not a social worker. I'm not a therapist. I'm not. Like, let me cook. Like, enjoy me from afar if you don't know me. I don't want to. And I think it's important because, like I said, most people get it. Most people respectful. Most people know how to be chill. And I don't mind a couple laughs and things there. But there are some people like that I don't engage with at all. And it's not people that look like me. Let me be very clear. But there are those like real wild white liberals, especially like white liberal women, like they the most. And I've had so many experiences where I have just found that there has been excessive behavior from that particular demographic. I'm like, I don't want any more random, crazy white women. Sorry. White men don't really give that to me. They'll message or something. They're always like combative. Like they feel entitled to debate. Like I get a lot of white like tech bros or like business guys that like want to like pick a debate with me for fun. I'm like, I'm not doing this. You can disagree. Goodbye. What, you don't want to debate? No, who the fuck are you? No, I'm good. Like, you don't have to agree. It's cool. And they think they're doing something. It's like this like obsession. Like this, I disagree with Ernest Owens on this point. Okay, you can disagree with me, sir. And goodbye. Like, we don't have to do this. I don't know what you're doing here. Like, so it's like really weird. I get the, like, but it's always like white people. That's like extreme. Sorry. There's some good white people in the world, clearly, but fuck it. I'm talking about the crazy ones today. And if you're not crazy, please just listen, right? But I do get these like crazy, like two extremes. I get the crazy white progressives or liberals that like men that want to like bro debate me on everything. Like they want to just debate, debate, debate. And it's one of those things where like I used to do that like a year ago where it'd be like a couple, but I'm like, oh, you guys this is what you do. And you just want to feel superior. Like it's almost like you want a moment. And then what's creepier about it is that these guys it's like, that's how weird like stan culture is. You don't actually want to have a real conversation. What you do want to do is you want to screenshot it and you want to send it to all your friends and go, look who I got into it with. It's like, oh, so this is like what you want. Like you're just trying to have a moment. Goodbye. So I'm very brief. I try to say yes, thank you. Like if there are people who give me like really heartfelt messages and I can tell it's genuine, I'll say thank you, I appreciate it. I'll heart it or something and I move on. And most people are very respectful. Most people are. But but you get those white folks that just become overbearing. They'll give you a thank you, a compliment, and then it becomes everything. Like they'll just dump in your DMs. Like everything becomes like a thing. It's like, I don't fucking know you. Like I'm not chill. Like, thank you. But like if you think that a thank you response entitles you to like emotionally dumping on me and having a fake relationship with me that does not exist, I'm good. I'm good. I really am. I'm really good. I'm super good. And so I'll get like, so one extreme is I get the white liberal bros that want to debate, that they get their rocks off on it. Like for whatever reason, they want to have this debate with a black man because, they think I'm open for it. I'm good. Then I get white women, like white liberal women specifically, that want to pick my brain. They're so worried. They're so scared of the world. And they want to know, like I'm Oprah or something. Like, what can I do? Like, it's that Oprah syndrome where it's like they want me to be a therapist or something. Like they want me to tell them things that's going to make them feel good. And there are grifters in the world that grift white people like that. I have no interest in that. I don't have any interest in any of that shit. Like, you are a white woman. You can find out. I promise you, you have plenty of resources, but leave my black ass alone. You can read my books. You can read my articles. You can read my social media posts. Surely there's a solution somewhere there. Go do the research, but I'm not going to be your online guide and therapist. There were times where I will answer a brief question and think, okay, maybe this question, I'll just answer one quick question and move on. But then you'll find yourself like, is this the Ernest app where it's like every 5 seconds you think you can just ping me for shit? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Like I had this one woman, for example, that like, she sent me a simple question. She's like, something like, oh, did so-and-so get endorsed by this person? It was in my report. I was like, no, they did not. That's not true. And I moved on. Thought that was cool. Next moment was, oh, why does Philadelphia don't have runoffs? Because it's not in a charter. Moving on. Then it becomes, oh, yeah, I see you're a restaurant person. Like, so which flavor should I get from Jenny's? Okay, y'all, yeah, we're not doing that. In the words of my girl Ursula, the Sea Witch, and The Little Mermaid, I'm a very busy woman and I haven't had all day. I'm a very busy person. I don't have all day. I don't. Like, wrong person. Wrong magical Negro. I'm not that person. I am not your mammy. I am not here to answer your burning questions. I'm not your assistant. Go somewhere else. If you want to know something like that, I don't have that kind of relationship, like with people I don't know. Because here's the thing, like, I am to a person. Do you want somebody asking you a random ass question in your DMs? Do you think that's what I do all day? I mean, if we're going to be on topic, that's cool. But like, yeah, some people just do the most. And people know when they're doing the most. And if you thought that was awkward, it's awkward. Like, don't ask it. Like, I'm not that guy. You go ask the food critic. Like, when I was at Eater back in the day, that used to be the thing. People used to always message me, but I would always be like, just Google the fucking article. Like, my lists are going to tell you the places to go. Like, but yeah, it's just one of those things where I do think people do get a little, naturally do get a little bit more, invested in ways that I do think can be a little bit more parasocial. So I'm about creating those boundaries. But I say all this to say that when it comes to people trying to formally request my services in ways that extract my talent and my insight, like, I'm never going to feel bad for saying no to that, because it's just no. Like, don't. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, blah, blah, blah. But also just the random, oh, can we just go out to lunch? For what? What do you want to go to lunch for? Do you think, like, really, really think about it? Like, people say, oh, you're busy. I don't like to be told I'm busy. I'm productive. There's a difference. But let's just say, right? Do you think there's enough time in the world for me to just randomly have lunch with you just for what? I don't. And I have friends already. Like, I'm already trying to maintain the friendships I have and the relationships I have, that I don't have the capacity to, like, do that, like, on a one-on-one with people I don't know, especially when it's just like, what's the purpose? I know, like, I get it. But that's why I tell people, go to public events, like, go to events. Like, when I say, hey, I have the Media Professional Awards. Hey, I'm going to be at this event. Hey, I'm there. That's perfect. Do that. Like, yeah, like, yeah. Like, I love, like, a couple people I sometimes do, like, the PBJ Media Professional Awards. Some people came to the event. It was an event to support PBJ, my organization. And there were people that bought tickets. They were like, oh my gosh, I wanted to meet you and this, the third. Thank you for supporting organizations I care about. And now, yeah, let's take a picture. Yeah, let's talk a little bit. You at this event, you at this mixer or events I promote. Like, go. And then you'll see me and then we can connect or something. But, like, I don't have the ability. I really don't. Like, as you can see, I'm out here chasing the news and I'm booked and I'm busy. And I just don't. And so a lot of people who I just don't know at all that do it. And oftentimes, like I said, there are some people that are genuinely thoughtful and sweet, and I can appreciate that. But there are some people that I think, specifically white folks, I just got to name it. It really is white folks. It really often, like 99% of the people that do this are white folks that are, like, so exploitative, like so extractive, like just see Black people as a thing to squeeze. And some people try it subtly. They'll try it with flattery. They do all of it, but it's very, like, transactional, and it's very disgusting. And I've had some very fucked up experiences, and in the, not as recently, but in the distant recency of, like, last year, that made me be like, you know what? I need to, like, set boundaries. Because the moment you disagree, white folks turn into a whole nother person. But we all know this. Y'all know that. Be honest, white people. You know yourselves. You know yourselves. You know yourselves. And I just, because I'm Black, a young Black man that's queer, I'm not playing white folks like that. Because I've seen the same person that told me one time, this is years ago, the same white man who basically read my articles about racial injustice, threatened to call the police on me, simply because I was at an event and they wanted to talk to me. Like, they just wanted to talk to me. I was like, I'm at an event. I'm doing something professional. I'm like, I said, no, I'm like, I cannot do that right now. I'm here for an event. And they just kept pestering me, like, in a really weird way. And I raised my voice because it was like the fourth or fifth time that they kept coming up to me. And they were like, oh, I'm so threatened. Like, you don't have to, yell at me. Like, I'm so threatened. Like, I don't feel safe. I feel unsafe right now. Like, I don't know. Like, I need to call security. I need to call someone. Like, I just feel so threatened. Like, why are you yelling at me? I was like, I quickly got up. I left. About 2 days later, they tried to get very apologetic, tried to say I overreacted. I'm so sorry. But I said, I'm good. Please stop talking to me. Please leave me alone. They wanted to cry. They felt guilty. I was good. To this day, I will not. I'm good. You only got one time to show me. I'm good. I don't have to. I think what people have to understand is that in your personal life, you do not have to choose disrespect, trauma, or any of that kind of shit. You don't. I won't. But I've dealt with stuff like that, like in real life, like crazy shit. So understand when, and this is just not even just for me, but other Black folks that won't say this to you, but influential Black people are not your mules. They're not your playthingy, not your spirit animal, not the person you can vicariously live through and obsess over. There's something about Black bodies that operate in spaces of freedom and expression that can inspire people, but also can incest people in ways that is not healthy. And I am somebody that, I get it. I have this enigma that prompts people to feel various emotions of joy, excitement, empowerment, and all those things. But at the same time, I also recognize, and again, I did a lot of research in my book about this, that what comes with that is a side of people that also become very obsessive and possessive in ways that people begin to project their own values onto you in a parasocial way that I don't want. I don't want that. And you struggle because that's the, people say, well, then why are you want to be? Listen, I can want to be as visible and as public as possible while also still wanting to remain my humanity and say my boundaries. And how I do that is by telling people no. Telling people I'm good and setting boundaries. And more people have to do that, right? And I think chaperone, I know that there's moments where chaperone can be annoying and people can say that. And sometimes the way that chaperone expresses that can be, I think, the part that's more controversial. But I think we are at a point where we gotta, people are not entitled to your space. And there's so many people that I recognize how transactional they are, because they'll ask of me for something and I'll say no, and then they'll quickly turn. And that tells me that there are people that in a moment of your success and visibility, they do come out thirsty and exploitative. Now all of a sudden, everybody's got something to tell you. Now all of a sudden, everybody wants a lunch. Now everybody wants a meeting. Now everybody wants to tell you something that you don't know about. And it's like, And then the bullshit increases. And so these are just observations. And I have been through these cycles, the cycles of high publicity, high favorability, and also seasons of people being very distant and very funny acting. And so I've seen this pattern 10 years ago, actually, 2016, summer 2016 in June. Me and a man named Justin Timberlake had a Twitter spat that changed the trajectory of my career in a different type of way. That was 10 years ago. And here I am, 10 years later, still here, still kicking it, still pushing through, still breaking records, still making history in a different way. I just say, in closing, Black folks, all folks, know your wealth as a person, your value, your human wealth, your human capital wealth, your value as a person, and demand your cost and set your boundaries. That's all. So, moving along in film this week, I guess people are talking about the new Scary Movie film, I guess. I'm not too crazy about it right now. The Scary Movie franchise is hype. Scary Movie 6, they're doing a box, Scary Movie 6 is out. It's the big box office, it's doing its big one. They're saying it's opening to over $52 million, which is a franchise record. I guess. They're saying that it is the best ever opening in the franchise's 26-year history. So Scary Movie is doing better than it's ever done. Interesting, nostalgia. Then there's this Masters in the Universe film that I guess is aight. I didn't see it. But Scary Movie 6 for a new generation. It's funny, I told my younger brother, I was like, I've been watching scary movies before you were born. They were all the rage when I was younger, and now they're back again. But it's an example of nostalgia, coming back in a different way. People want that kind of comedy. So, you know, folks are here for it. Toy Story is coming out next week. Toy Story 5. We're in the summer of sequels. Toy Story 5. I mean, honestly, it should have stopped at 3, but now we know why. So Taylor Swift, I guess, is going for an Oscar now. She has a new song. I heard it just came out this week. So this is to hype up the Swifties to go see Toy Story 5, because Toy Story 5 had a silent rollout. There's not been much talk about the movie until this week. So the news is that Taylor Swift has an original song that's produced by Jack Antonoff. The song is called I Knew It, I Knew You. It's good. It's cool. It's different. I like it. It's cute little songs. Back to like her country western roots. It's a song for Jessie, who's like the main female character in Toy Story, the Toy Story franchise. Clearly, this song is going to get an Oscar nomination for Best Original Song. It might actually win. I mean, Taylor Swift wants to get a Grammy. I mean, Oscar. She's already got her Grammys. She's got an Emmy. So the other thing that'll be left will be a Tony after she gets this Oscar. But who knows? Maybe a better movie song will come out that will change the conversation. But she's definitely trying to make inroads here for sure with this. So we'll see how it plays out. It's going to be interesting because a lot of albums have come out already. Olivia Rodrigo's album is coming out next week. Drake is still draking right now. I don't get it, but I mean, the music doesn't sound good. It just don't sound like anything. I don't even know why people keep making comparisons between it and Michael Jackson, but I digress. But one song that I do like is Hate That I Made You Love Me by Ariana Grande. It is, I've been listening to it. The music video came out on earlier last week. But I like this song. It's catchy. It's growing on me, and it's a nice little bop. It's a mood, and they've been saying it's a moody summer. Like all the girls in music are making like moody music. They're talking about Ariana Grande's song. They're talking about Olivia Rodrigo's song. But a lot of girls are making moodier music. But one person that I would say did not do that is Madonna. Like Madonna is back. Madonna is back, and it's no denying that. Like she is back and better than ever. I would say she's she's making it happen. And it's, I mean, all her songs. I mean, she performed in New York City, and I didn't even get to hear it. And I was like, oh, what's this? But yeah, I mean, Charlie XCX, um, she's doing her moody music right now. Um, but we're seeing this. We're seeing this trend though. Charlie XCX, Ariana Grande, Olivia Rodrigo, they're like all making like this moody girl music for the summer. I guess that's the vibe, except for Madonna. Madonna's going back to dance and I mean, I love Confessions too. I haven't heard the whole album clearly, but I've heard some songs, and everything I've heard I've liked so far. So yeah. Lizzo dropped her new album, her third massive studio album. It's called Bitch. Lizzo's about to be 40 years old. Well, she's 38 now. But she's about to be, a certain age. And I mean, there's a time where, yeah, she's 38. She just turned 38. And what are we doing right now? What are we doing right now? Like, she's about to be 40. These sounds don't sound like anything. The song, I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I know she's went through so many different album evolutions. I get it. Then I don't. It's just, I don't know how to feel. um, underwhelmed. I guess that's a better way of saying it. Underwhelmed. I felt very underwhelmed by this album. I mean, for her to come back with all the shit that she done went through, the lawsuits, the allegations, all the things, this album just sounds like rehashed shit from her previous ones, and actually worse versions of previous songs. Like, that's what I felt with this. So, this album, because I do want to provide more clarity. The Meredith Brooks interpolation, no, no. I didn't like it. I don't think I even like it more now. Because honestly, the song Bitch is pretty much just Juice with that Meredith Brooks interpolation in the song. Like, it's not good. There's a lot of songs that sound redundant. There's a song called That Girl that really takes some of the same like lyrics and phrases from About Damn Time, which was a great song, by the way, from her last album, Special. It's not good. There's a song called Whose Hair Is This? And I don't want to, well, none of you are probably gonna listen to the song, so it don't matter. But pretty much she is just like has this whole mindset of thinking that her man is cheating on her, whoever the guy is. I mean, she's engaged, but this song is supposed to be some silly little, whose hair is this? This whole energy about her trying to figure out who's cheating. Only for her to figure out that she had red hair last week and forgot. Which makes it like she did all this for nothing. But it's kind of like, who's doing a song like this in her late 30s? A lot of stuff sounds, like I said, very similar. She does play the flute. I do like that. There are some okay vocals sometimes. But a lot of the songs sound very similar, like not beyond her other hits, but the songs on the album, they kind of got the same type of sound, but not in like the transitional way. Like when Gaga had the cohesion of Gaga's album, The Fame, right? There was like a cohesion of production with Red One. Or even Janet's album Control, like that Terry Jam Lewis, they had a similar sound, but it was like a cohesive piece of work. This is not the same like that. This was just kind of exactly same, like almost same song. And a lot of rappers have that now, some of these mixtapes where they just like, you're like, okay, this song sound like the other song. Like, what's the difference? It just fell flat for me. It just did. And it's interesting because her last album, not her last album, but the album that I thought it has 12 songs. So I appreciate this album has 12 songs. I will give it that. Like, it's not a bloated ass album, but it's not good either. There's just a lot of songs that just sound like, what's the point? And this album is obviously, what's weird is that she did a whole 180 because the last album didn't really get that much play. Not last album, she had these lead singles, I think it was a couple months ago. Remember, she was going this rock direction and she sounded like Prince. She was trying to sound like Prince. And she had a song, she had a whole music video. Remember, it was like a whole music video. It was like a whole concept. And the whole thing was like love in real life, and everything was like love in real life. And then she kind of forgot about that, dropped this random ass mixtape last year. And that was just kind of like whack, or I mean, some people liked it, I guess. And then we just kind of forgot about it. Like it's almost like she wanted to like make it disappear and go away. And then she comes out with this whole new concept that's like, yeah. So it was almost like she was afraid to take risks. Like she just stuck to what was already safe. And I feel like that's how we got this album. So yeah. Yeah. Mm, yeah. I wasn't feeling it. If I was to give it a rating, I would give it a 4 out of 10. A 4 out of 10. I think that's fair. 4 out of 10. Definitely her worst album out of her 3 major studio albums. You know, yeah. Because I'm thinking about like I'm thinking about the first. So, Cause I Love You is a great album. Special was really good. Special was fun. But people will say that she had 2 other albums before then. I'm counting the major albums. Like, I guess she had 2 other albums before that, like Coconut Oil. She had that, you know, but those like EPs. I feel like Cause I Love You was like the album, like the breakthrough album. And I thought it was good. And I like Special. Special was good. You know, My Face Hurts from Smiling is like the mixtape, but this is kind of like random. But people did like that mixtape. I feel like it was a distraction from the other album. And then, bitch, this album was like 35 minutes long, which is, you know, she keeps it short. Her last album, Special, came out 4 years ago. Oof, like nearly 4 years ago. Wow. And that was 35 minutes long. And then Cause I Love You was 33 minutes. So she's always been like the queen of short albums. I will say that. She has been the queen of short albums. Yeah. But I don't see, I mean, Special had some critical acclaim. You know, it was her second album. They got album of the year nomination. She won record of the year for About Damn Time. You know, she had that buzz. This was another strong album. But this album, bitch, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna. I don't see it. I don't see it. Maybe there'll be a hit that might stick, but I think this is gonna be one of those albums that's just gonna kind of like fly by, as it should. But moving along. So in TV, before I get to the Tony Awards, because that's its own conversation within itself, but Love Island, I guess, is back. Am I hearing that right? Love Island is back. I haven't watched it. I'm not watching it. A lot of you all were like asking me about it. Like, I don't watch it. I just know that there's like some people from like Philadelphia area on the show. Like some guy in from Pennsylvania, some black dude who was like worked as a cop or something and then left it to do the show in some small town near here. And then somebody else, some girl, but I don't know. I just feel like at this point, Love Island, just like The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, are like these shows that are like they're so fake. Like it's so fake. It's so scripted that I don't find it entertaining. I know some people say, "Well, don't you like Love and Hip Hop?" Well, you know what? Here's what's about Love and Hip Hop. Love and Hip Hop has people we actually know or familiar with, or some of y'all may not be familiar with them, but I am. Right? These are like artists and celebrities that we grow up with. These people have time storylines. There's real consequences. Like as somebody who was an ardent fan of Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, like Kurt did cheat on Rashida. He had a whole baby with another woman. The woman came on the show. She had a whole screen storyline. Like Yandy and Mendeecees, that shit was real. Like I enjoy it because it is probably one of the most real reality shows out there. Because I can't even get into it with I can't really get with this Real Housewives of Atlanta, like K Michelle, all that. I'm not a fan because I feel like that's fake. I feel like what I've seen slightly, I haven't watched it too much, but what I've heard, it just seems like the show has lost its identity. Like, I'm hearing that the women are not really doing everyday life like they used to. Like when Atlanta first came out, part of what made the show interesting was that you was inside the lives of these women, like these housewives. Like they were actually married. They had homes, they had kids, they were in the house. You could see them cooking and being with their families. Like there was a realness to it. Now the show, everyone's glammed up. Like everyone's super glammed up. Everyone's dressed to the nines, which is kind of what kills the to me the show partially. Everyone's at dinner, arguing, having a fight. It's a red carpet event. Like no one's at home. No one's in captivity. Like it's just very mostly a bunch of dinners of them arguing. It's insufferable. Trips, public events, and that's it. It's almost like no one has a house. Like it's always them going blow for blow, jab for jab. And it feels like they're trying to chase a moment. Like the authenticity of the show just feels so manufactured. Like they're trying to recreate and go back in time and like rehash issues that are just like no longer as relevant. But it feels like they're trying to like have these moments, like they're trying to spur them, and everyone's trying to have zingers and one-liners to get the word versus just like having it just kind of be. And I will say this. I know this might even I never thought I would say this, but I have to be real. I think ever since Nene left that show, even when she had to come back for 5 seconds, that was just dumb. But ever since she left the show and Phaedra initially left the show, I feel like the show, that was it. And now, like even Phaedra, Portia, like when all of them kind of like disappeared off the show and left, the first time they left the show should have just kind of faded then, but now they've come back, but they've come back in ways that are just so, I don't know, it's just disjointed. It's disjointed. I don't think Candy's the glue. I don't think Candy, in my opinion, I think Candy was fine or whatever, but it's funny that Candy finally begins to live the real life. Her real life is taking place off of reality. I think she got tired of the show because her and Todd had problems, but I think that she was never going to fully open up and be real. And it's like funny how all of a sudden now she's done with him and now they're no longer together now that she's no longer on the show. She wasn't going to let that play on the show. Or there was not enough money, potentially. But yeah, I'm just, yeah, I'm not crazy about Love Island or Bachelor. I think they just struggle to, one, I'm not invested in the people. I don't find them to be that interesting. There's no, like, I think I prefer my reality shows, I've realized, to have a level of relevance of people. Like I need to have some buy-in with the people before I watch. I don't necessarily know if I'm interested in seeing strangers in that type of way. There's got to be something. There's got to be like a, I don't know if the word celebrity, but there's got to be there's got to be an element to the show where there's familiar people already embedded. That's kind of why I like Bad Boys and Baddies, because they're like people involved in the show, like Nally Nunn and others, that there's a buy-in for me to be connected to the outcome of the show and some of the players. But and also I like the fact they have a reoccurring cast. So like with Baddies, there's always like they're kind of like growing, so they kind of grow on you. Versus like with Love Island, these shows like there's always a new cast, and I get it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just not into those type of game shows. Like maybe that's what it is. Like I was like, well, I like Survivor, I like that, but maybe because it's not romance. And maybe because these shows are too heteronormative. That may be the thing too. Like I just don't care about straight people dating. Not like to invest my time with it. Like I don't know. Like that's part of it too. Because I think, yeah, yeah. Like I don't know. Like they're not as funny anymore. Like I remember growing up, Flavor of Love was funny. For the Love of Ray J was hilarious. Love New York, brilliant, right? But these shows are just, I don't know. They're not doing it for me personally. Um, I was laughing because my baby brother, like, we follow each other on Instagram. And I saw that he had like his friends had a watch party or something, and they had like the video. And I was like, you too young to be watching this. Why are you watching this? I want to tease. I always tease. I'm like, why are you watching this? This is, everyone's watching this. I said, okay, all right. But that's their show. But I guess I was watching, like, again, I was like around his age watching Flavor of Love. So I guess I'm not to judge. But yeah. But one show that I'm actually excited about, and I thought I wasn't, but I know. So, Power is coming back. Power Legacy. It's the new installment of the Power universe. Power Legacy. It's going to be this 8-episode series. Only 8 episodes. I like that. Like they're on budget. Okay, 8 episodes. We can take it. Tariq St. Patrick, that brat, Michael Rainey Jr.'s character, and Tommy Egan, which is Joseph Tora. They're coming back. This is an official sequel. The story is going to follow Tommy as he returns to New York City from Chicago to team up with Tariq. So they're back on their bullshit. Back on their bullshit. The executive producer is Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Oh my God. Oh, so unbearable, but this show is so good. I can't, but it's just so good. There was Power Origins, which was a prequel. Um, and so they're going to do another. So beyond Legacy, the Power Universe is going to continue with their other project, which is Power Origins. This is the prequel series that is currently in production. It's going to focus on the early lives of like a young James Ghost St. Patrick and a younger Tommy in the late 90s and early 2000s Queens. I guess. I'm not going to watch that. I don't care about prequel. I don't care about prequels. I've never been a fan of prequels because I just kind of feel like if the main story then died, what's the point of going back? I kind of like things in chronological order. I pretty much don't like prequels because it's like kind of like weird. It's like, okay, you're gonna invest all this time telling me about the beginning phase before. Like that's why I struggle with the Lion King, the new Lion King movie, because it was like Mufasa the Lion King. Remember that? Like that came out like last year or so, like a year ago, but over a year ago actually. And it was fun. It was a good story, but I just kind of was a little bit like it was like bittersweet because you like know how it's gonna play out in the end, and so it's like trying to study and understand Taka, which is Baby Scar, and Mufasa and their relationship. It's like, well, why do we need to know this origin story if at the end we all know that at the end of the day they're both gonna die and one of them killed one of us. So why do we see them being friendly and loving each other as siblings when we know how this story is going to play out? Like, I don't know. Prequels irk me in that way because it's kind of like I don't want all this. I don't like when The Hobbit. Like I was a big Lord of the Rings film fan, and then when they start doing like the prequels, I was like, this is a money grab. Like even when they tried that with Harry Potter, like if they wanted to go back and do it's like, come on, like you're the cat with the cream. Stop licking yourself. Like at some point we gotta move forward, or just leave it be. Like let it be where it's at. So that's how I feel about that. But I'm looking forward to Power Legacy because this is a sequel, and I'm into sequels. I'm not really into Power Origins. I'm not going to watch that, but Legacy, I do want to see this because I really did like the book 2 Ghost and all that. That was fun. I really did like that. So. And people give Michael Rainey Jr. a hard time with his little accent. He got this like strong New York accent. I just feel like he's gonna be typecast for like the rest of his days. Like I feel like he's never. I'm not gonna say never, but I feel like someone like him could have probably. Well, he's 25 years old, so he's 25. He still got time. He'll be 26 later this year. But the thing is that like he's been in some other movies, but like clearly Power is like his bread and butter. I sometimes wonder though, like he has the potential where he could be like a Michael B. Jordan down the road. Like if given the right opportunities and roles, he could be like the next Michael B. Jordan. Um, but then at the same time, he could also this might just be like his bread and butter. Like Chadwick Boseman, not Chadwick Boseman, the actor that played in Ghost, who played Ghost, um, he's never really bounced back. He's never really bounced back. Omari Hardwick, that's what I'm thinking of. Omari Hardwick has never really that that continues to be his best role ever. Like he's not been able to do anything since then. That is that like he doesn't have like a Kerry Washington career where okay, Kerry Washington's Scandal was epic, but Kerry Washington went on to do other performances and movies and things, and she's got other opportunities. He's really not done that. He's kind of stayed with that character and it hasn't went anywhere. And I just wonder if that's going to be the case for Michael Rainey Jr. He's 25, so he's got more years. Omari Hardwick is much older. Even though Omari Hardwick's most iconic moment, for those who know, was, he's 52 years old I mean, come on, everyone knows. But I think, and this might be a little petty, that Janet Jackson's husband, and for colored girls, where she asked him, "Oh, are you doing the bending?" When he is basically playing a DL down low character. He played that role pretty well, I must say. I was like, oh. And I was interesting casting, but Tyler Perry picks his favorites. Very interesting. Um, but I digress. I met him in person years ago, like 10 years ago. Actually, no, it was like 12 years ago. I met the BET Awards, the BET Hip Hop Awards. No, the BET Awards in LA. That was it, the BET Awards. I met him. Or I met his cousin. No, I don't think I met him. It's a guy who looks like him. Actually, I think I met him another time, but it was not then. It was a guy who looks like him. I think he has a brother. Um, I actually want to find that out now. I think he does have a brother. Um, and I think his brother is an actor as well. But yeah, small world. They all look alike. Um, I think his name is Jamil Hardwick, actually. He's a producer, entrepreneur. Okay, maybe that's who it was. But I've definitely met the Hardwick family in some kind of capacity. Um, and it's his twin brother. So go figure, they're twins. There you go. Well, yeah. Mm. So the Tony Awards. I really enjoyed them. Um, it was an interesting award show, to say the very least. In some sense, the show itself was better than the awards themselves in some cases. So I thought Pink was a great host. She was incredible. I was reminded how fucking talented Pink is. And I mean, it's been a while, right? Pink hasn't done really any new music in a minute, so people can sometimes sleep on her. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame conversation around her this past year definitely made me revisit some of her music, and I haven't stopped listening to Try. Like, I forgot how good. Like, she got some hits that's like, she got the hits, but then she got some sleeper songs like that Try. Oh, that, ooh, yes. I mean, What About Us is a classic too, but Try, ooh, Try just has been, it's been in rotation in the playlist for the past couple of months, but Try just, it just hits for me right now. I just, that just, for those who have not heard Try or don't remember Try, go listen to it. It goes. It's aged really well, actually. But that's definitely been my energy lately. But she was a great host. Great host. Great stuff. It was a good show. Very high energy. Really loved the cameos. I mean, they had Queen Latifah come out. Leslie Odom Jr. performed the In Memoriam. He ate. He sung Without You from Rent. And I just, again, reminded of how brilliantly talented he is. The Tony Awards is one of my favorite award shows because a lot of black people win. At least you know there's going to be some good wins from black folks in some category or another. And so this year was no different. The Cats, the Jessica L. Ball, a black queer man won Best Director of a Musical, and that was dope. Joshua Henry won Best Lead Actor in a Musical for Ragtime, that was like my I need him to win moment for the entire season, and I knew he was gonna win. Um, that was like my, like, I want him to win so bad kind of moment. Leslie Metcalf won Best Featured Actress for Death of a Salesman. Death of a Salesman won Best Revival of Play. The reason I'm talking about this is because next Sunday, I will be going to New York City next week. I'll be in New York next weekend. And Mr. Johnson and I will be seeing Death of a Salesman on Broadway with Nathan Lane and, of course, Laurie Metcalf. And yeah, and it just won Best Revival, Best Director in a Play, um, Best Featured Actress in a Play. Like, it did some really great wins, and they were deserving wins. So I was super excited. Because eventually, when Broadway, like when the Tonys happen, all the ticket sales go up. So I didn't really see any musicals that really excited me this year. A Schmiga Doom, that canceled show that was on Apple TV, became a musical. It won Best Musical. Wasn't really feeling that personally. I just find it to be very corny, find it to be very safe. I'm a little disappointed because I feel like the Lost Boys should have won. That just felt more original to me. And Shoshana Bean won. If you are a Broadway person, you know Shoshana Bean. She won Best Featured Actress in a Musical, long overdue. So we was very happy for her. The Lost Boys won, Best Featured Actor and Best Featured Actress. And then Ragtime won the leads. Both Cassie Levy and Joshua Henry both won the leads for Ragtime. If I had extra time, I would go see Ragtime. If I was to see a musical this season, I would see Ragtime. However, what's weird is that Ragtime won Best Revival of a Musical. And for those people who don't know what these things mean, so Best Revival of a Musical and Best Revival of a Play, Best Play and Best Musical. So there's four categories. The difference between revival and just general is that revival, like if you go to any shows on Broadway, Broadway does not produce enough original work to fill all their theaters at any given time. So like if you're in New York City in Times Square, that's where Broadway's at. You go look at shows. There's never enough. I mean, musicals and plays cost a lot of money, right? And to keep a show running, it has to make money. Like asses got to be in seats. And so what happens is that there's always what we call seasons. And so if a show makes the money, if a show's popular and it gets enough seats and it makes money, the generation of revenue continues to keep the show going. If it doesn't make a lot of money and they're not getting enough seats in the theaters and it's not making the revenue, then the show closes. And it can close abruptly because it's just too expensive to produce it. If there's not interest, a show can close very fast. It's kind of like a restaurant. I would describe Broadway like the restaurant scene. If a restaurant's really popular and there's consistency, it stays open. If it does not generate the revenue to stay, it will eventually close. So there's these things called revivals. So revivals, and this doesn't compare to restaurants, but revivals are basically when a popular show gets redone with a new cast and new actors who play it. So basically, the best way to describe it would be like a spin-off, not a spin-off, like a sequel or uh, like I'm thinking about like Disney has done a lot of these, but like basically their returns. They come back and they do these movies again. And so Disney has been notorious for doing these types of revivals of their famous musicals. And all of these films that are like not sequels, but like all these releases that they've done for all of their movies lately. It's been a lot of that happening with classics, these live action films that they've done, remakes, basically remakes. So it will be basically like a remake pretty much, but Broadway do that. So for example, there's been if there's a classic show or production, they'll do a remake, but they call it a revival on Broadway. So when that happens with a new cast, the Tonys have realized rather than making it compete against Best Play, which Best Play is all the original shows that come out in the season. So if you are Best Play would be any original brand new show that's not adapted or redone from another previous show. So for example, Lost Boys this year, Schmigadoon, those would be considered brand new productions versus last year, Gypsy, Sunset Boulevard, those were revivals. So basically, the performances are all competing against each other, but the productions don't because they feel like that would be cheating. So you would not, I mean, the Oscars don't do this, but like, because this happens on Broadway a lot. Chicago is the longest running revival in Broadway history. The revival of Chicago has been running for like 30 years at this point, since like 96. So it's been 30 years of the Broadway revival. The original Chicago came out, like, I want to say 50 years ago. But then it came back on Broadway in 96, and it's been running ever since. So that's the second revival. It's been nonstop. The Lion King has been on Broadway for like over 25 years. It has never stopped. Like, if the Lion King stopped, let's say it just did not make any money and it stopped, and then let's say 5 years later somebody wants to bring it back, that would be a revival. And then it will be nominated for Best Revival of a Musical at that point. So any show, when it comes back from stopping, becomes a revival. But the original play would be there. So there could be a situation where a show first came out on Broadway, won the best musical at its time, and then eventually it faded out. The show closed, and then 20 years later they might come back out, and then it can then be considered for revival. So that's typically what happens with musicals and plays. Plays can come back and then win. So Death of a Salesman is a classic if it's done well with a great cast and the direction is done. And when they do revivals of a musical or a play, oftentimes the director has a different vision. Like, the music and the lyrics are the same, the lines are the same, but they might reimagine it in a different type of way. Different costumes, different types of things. So, for example, Othello, that was done with Denzel Washington, that was a Shakespeare play, that would be considered a revival. It did not get the nomination for Best Revival of a Play, but that would technically be considered a revival of the William Shakespeare play from its original version, clearly. So that's what a revival is. So Ragtime came out in the 90s, and the original cast had Audra McDonald in it, where she won a Tony. Her first Tony Award was for Ragtime. And then there was also some other legends that was in that production. Well, Ragtime has been done. This is the second revival, which means the third time Ragtime has come back on Broadway. And so this time Joshua Henry played the lead role, and he won, and he did a great job. But that being said, Cats, the Jezebel musical, that's a revival from the original Cats with Andrew Lloyd Webber's production that won and was the biggest musical. But they did a revival of it in a different way. It was the same like concept, except they did it as a ballroom type theme. And I really was excited for it. Like, I was like really like, oh, this looks fun. Like, this is cool. And Ragtime won, but after all of the hype around Cats, the Jezebel Ball, I just felt like, I don't know how I feel. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that should have won. I felt like that was more creative. But Ragtime was just so good. It's just like a very classic musical. And I just think that the performances were really strong in Ragtime, that's why it ended up winning. But, I have thoughts. Best Play went to Liberation, a brand new Pulitzer Prize winning play. I'm starting to notice that whatever wins the Pulitzer Prize typically wins, for whoever wins the Pulitzer Prize for drama at the, typically will win the Tony. That's been a reoccurring theme I've noticed. So, for example, last year, Purpose won the Pulitzer for Best Drama, or, at the Pulitzer Prizes. And I went to see the show, and it was phenomenal. I saw it with my husband, and I saw it with my bestie, Abel, and we both saw it. Great show. We really loved it. But I remember the big hype was the Old Mary play that happened. And that was a very popular show. I never saw it on Broadway, but everyone kept talking about Old Mary. And it's still going strong on Broadway. Like, Cole Escola is still killing it. It's still going strong on Broadway. Like, it's still on Broadway a year later. It's a very popular play. It has not left. But Purpose has since left Broadway. It was like a limited release. But Old Mary is still going strong. So that's what I mean by, like, it was nominated for Pulitzer Prize for drama, but it did not win. So I feel like there's a pattern where whatever production wins the Tony for drama, they typically will, whatever wins the Pulitzer for drama, it most likely has a strong shot of winning the actual Tony for Best Play. That's just like, it just since that. And also musicals can be nominated. For example, Hamilton won the Pulitzer Prize for drama over plays. And then, of course, Hamilton winning Best Musical. So the Pulitzer Prize can go to a musical or a play, doesn't matter. But typically, whoever wins the Pulitzer Prize is going to get a Tony. That seems to be the pattern. It doesn't always happen like that, but there's a strong indicator that that is a precursor to what will win either musical or play, oftentimes. For example, Rent won the Pulitzer Prize. That's a show that did. Funhouse won, I believe. So there's a history, a track record of that. Actually, the geek in me wants to know who has won in the past, so I can see previous winners, because I just feel like that's been a trend in recent years. So good examples. A Strange Loop in 2020 won, and that won best musical. The Hot Wing King did not win. But that was also 2021. That was a really weird year. That was like the pandemic year. Fat Ham was nominated, but did not win that year. English was nominated, did not win. Primary Trust did not win. Okay, maybe I'm a little wrong. But Liberation was, and then won. Purpose did as well. But then if I go to the 2010s, okay, so the 2010s, that's when it gets interesting. So Next to Normal, that was a play that ended up getting the nomination. Clybourne Park, Hamilton, Cost of Living, Fairview. So a couple of these shows would win and got nominated. They would win. Sometimes they would win the Tony, or they would just win in general. So it depends. But throughout history, there is a pattern. So for example, Doubt. Doubt was a winner of the Tony. I Am My Own Wife, August Osage County, another great classic. Rent, Angels in America, Lost in Yonkers, The Heidi Chronicles, Fences. These all won Pulitzer Prizes. The Shadow Box, A Chorus Line, which is A Chorus Line beat Chicago, by the way, but that's another story for the day. The subject was roses. So there's a pattern, there's a trend. It doesn't always happen, but it can also it can sometimes be an indicator. So Liberation is that example. And yeah. So other things that surprised me, most of the speeches weren't saying anything. The actor who won Best Feature Actor in a Musical for The Lost Boys, he gave a really great speech that spoke about Palestine and injustice and bigotry and talked about fascists. I mean, he gave the speech of the night. Everybody else's speeches were very, super safe. And I was a little annoyed with that. Slightly. It's like, this year's Broadway scene was not as good as last year, in my opinion. So a lot of you are like, oh, you didn't see any musicals on Broadway this year or any plays? I'm going to see Death of the Salesman. It's a classic, so I'm going to see that. But this season didn't really excite me. A lot of shows that I would have went to go see either closed or did not get that much Tony love. Like No Love for Cara Young this year. I mean, she's already won, she's been nominated 3 years in a row and won 2 Tonys back to back. So she's very spoiled. But I don't know. Proof didn't get that much love. Joe Turner's come and gone, didn't really get much love, didn't win anything really. A lot of the shows I would have loved to see or musicals didn't really get too much. This was a very basic year compared to last year. There weren't that many musicals nominated this year, 4 musicals nominated. The winners were pretty safe. There was nothing just that really stood out. The revivals were stronger this year than the original musicals. There were no, in my opinion, none of the musicals this year were classics. I didn't feel like anything that won this year felt like it was going to be a show that's going to be epic or stay on Broadway like that, personally. So yeah, it was, it was here and there, all around, all of that. So yeah. But before I wrap up, I got a couple of quick little things. I saw the Michael Jackson documentary on Netflix. Michael Jackson: The Verdict, which is based on the 2005 verdict related to the child molestation charges, sexual charges, to which he got, he wasn't found guilty. It's been 21 years since the verdict. He's been dead for over 10 years. I have my thoughts. My thoughts are unpopular. I know how Michael Jackson fans feel about it. I'm on the side of where there is smoke, there is fire. That's just how I will explain it. I know that there are some super Michael Jackson stans, but see, what I will say is that every generation has that artist or two. It's like one or two artists that every generation has. I'll say three. I'll say three to be safe. But I feel like every generation has about three artists that they will literally like die on a hill for and make excuses for. I think not my generation, but the Gen Xers, you all have Michael Jackson, Prince, and Whitney. Those three. Janet, a little bit of Janet. I know there's some Janet folks out there, but Whitney, Prince, and Michael Jackson for y'all generation. Y'all don't play about them. And the reason why I say those three is because they're super fucking talented. So I get it. And they're also they're very flawed. Like they have some strong, but y'all don't play about those three. Those are like y'all big three. Like y'all don't play about them. Like there are no Whitney Houston jokes in my house. Like no one plays with Whitney in my house. Like no one makes jokes about you. You can't play with, like, no one plays about her. Right? Y'all swear y'all know their parents, you know their mothers, y'all got nicknames. Like no one plays with Whitney. Michael Jackson, we'll get to him in a minute, but Prince, y'all don't play about Prince either. I find it interesting because for all of Prince's sexuality and his expressions, y'all don't care. Like, I'm fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by, like, how Prince can dress the way he dresses and carries the way he carries. And, like, nobody is, like, questioning his sexuality or, like everybody wants to, like, it's just interesting. I just think it's interesting that everybody, like, blinds themselves from, like, Prince's entire presentation. Like, Prince can be whoever the fuck he wants to be, and no one looks at that man like he's weird. I mean, he's great. He's very talented. But, like, I find, like, Gen Xers hilarious because all the things that a lot of, like, straight black Gen Xers say about masculinity, like, for whatever reason, it goes out the window for Prince. Like, Prince does everything. Like, I see Prince's fashion and I'm inspired by some of his designs and his looks. And I'm just like, well, how come when I put that on, y'all got something to say? But when Prince do it, it's like, so that just, the delusion. It's a delusion for me with Prince. Because I look at Prince, I'll be like, okay, all right. But y'all don't play about Prince. Prince and Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is a textbook example. No matter how many plastic surgeries, skin color, the hair, y'all believe all that shit. Y'all believe them his kids. Y'all don't care that those are not his kids. Y'all don't care about the nose. Y'all don't care about the bleach. Y'all have come up with every excuse around Michael Jackson. Y'all do not play about him. Y'all have every excuse in the book. Y'all got every delusion. Y'all do not play. Okay? Whitney Houston, y'all don't care about her potentially being lesbian. Y'all don't care about the drugs. Y'all don't care. You don't care. You just love them. You stand for them because they just are that fucking talented, y'all. Okay? That is y'all generation. Those are the three that y'all don't play with. Y'all do not play with those three. Everybody else, I feel like Mariah, y'all let people play with Mariah. Y'all love y'all some Mariah, but y'all don't let Mariah slip. Y'all let people play with Mariah. But y'all don't play with Michael. Y'all don't play with Whitney Houston, and y'all don't play with Prince. That is who y'all stand for. My generation, it is complicated for millennials. I don't, we'll put it in ranking order. I will say Beyonce clearly. We do not play. Millennials don't play with Beyonce. That is one person we don't play with. We do not play with Beyonce. Like Beyonce, we just don't play with her. We do not play with her. It's just, we have that. I will say that. I will say Beyonce, it's just sacrilegious. Like, we just don't play with her. It's slim pickings after that. I mean, It is slim pickings. I don't know who else we trying to protect like that. Like, I just feel like it's definitely Beyonce for sure. Depending on who you talk to, Chris Brown, even though I don't see it, but I know there are people who, like, they're just so protective of him. It's the delusion for me. But there are people who are like that. I mean, that man still has a career. I would say Usher. I'll put Usher in the conversation. I'll put Usher. Usher has done a lot of shit that over the years I'm like, but we don't play with Usher. We will not let y'all can't make us as a collective turn on Usher. Usher has done some shit though. Like I am disappointed, but I will say a lot of people has given Usher unlimited amounts of grace. We will not play with Usher. Beyonce and Usher for sure. For sure. People, there's so many things. Usher has been in the scene of so many crimes, but for whatever reason, Usher just has been able to like stay cool and stay above it no matter how. Yeah, Usher, we don't play with Usher. I would say Beyonce and Usher. Chris Brown, there are many of us who are torn on Chris Brown. No. He's like the Bobby Brown. Well, I don't even know if that's fair to Bobby Brown, but like you have that troublesome artist that people are just going to bang with, but he's taking some hits, no pun intended. Or actually, yes. But I would say Beyonce and Usher, we definitely hold them to. I don't know the third. I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody that we have collectively have all circled around that way. I want to say Rihanna. We like Rihanna, but I like Rihanna. I don't play about Rihanna. I don't know. I mean, I think so. I guess. Maybe Rihanna for the third slot. Potentially Rihanna. I think we have been very we just love us some her. I don't think we let people play with Rihanna too much in front of us. I don't think and then she's also has a level of talent and longevity that I would say she fits the category. Like, I don't want to say a new artist. Like, Meg Thee Stallion she's not that new. Nicki jumped out the window. We don't care. Um, I would say honorable mention, even though it is complicated, Kanye West slightly. I would say Kanye West. I would say Rihanna. But if I'm talking about flaws and things, I would put Kanye. I'll put Kanye in that third slot. Even though Rihanna's there too, but Rihanna don't really be getting no shit though. But I would say Kanye. I will say Beyonce, Usher, and Kanye West. We won't cancel Kanye. I do. But I just think Kanye just cannot, like, yeah, people just, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. Beyonce, Usher, Kanye West. The other generation, notice that it's always two men and one woman. Gen Xers, it's going to be Michael Jackson, Prince, and Whitney Houston. Debate your cat. I've seen enough. I think those are my ones. Cause everybody play with Drake. We done toss Drake out. Drake is just a joke. Rihanna, I mean, Rihanna's just kind of, we like her too. We hold her. Like, I would say she's kind of like, reminds me of like Mariah, where we do hold her. But I think those three are just a little bit stronger. Yeah, I would say them. So this is what brings me to the documentary around Michael Jackson. I think that at this point, the people that like Michael Jackson are not going to care. The people who question Michael Jackson, this is just another reminder of why we still hold our reservations about that behavior. I learned some things because I was 14 when 2005 happened. I was like 14, so I knew of the case, but I wasn't following it like that because I was 14 years old. But it was a lot of interesting information. I just don't know at this point. I just feel like at this point, there's been so much time that it's kind of like the Elvis Presley situation where, like, Elvis Presley, like, this man, hijacked music from Black artists. This man married a girl underage, Priscilla, right? Like, but like, nobody cares. The Elvis fans love Elvis. They're never going to keep talking about that. They don't care. It's like whatever to them. It's just that's just the way pop culture is, sadly. Like there are some people that are just so famous and so powerful that they're just never going to be people are just never going to let that be the thing because they're just that astronomically talented. And they'll make their conspiracies, they'll have their thoughts, and while some of those things might be true, I just find it that it's irrelevant to the overall conversations. Like two things can be true. A person can be superly talented, but they also could have done some really fucked up shit and should make you reevaluate how you prioritize them in your life and your taste. But we don't have that nuance anymore because we don't have a literate society. And literacy, for those who don't know, is not just the ability to actually read, but to actually comprehend, to think critically, and to have an analysis based on what you've read or you've consumed. We don't have a very literate society anymore. People are just consuming things, like throwing it, like shoving it up their throats and just fast eating. And it's all this instant gratification, instant content that people don't take the time to process. So I get it. I get it. And that's not to say that people like Michael Jackson are bad people. I just think I'm not judging people at this point. I just think that there's going to always be a group of people that just love him so much and do not want to reckon with the fact that the person that they like also might have done some very messed up things to children, but they're just never going to believe it. They're not going to. And that is America. But yeah, there's that. So yeah, wrapping up, I mean, what's coming up is some things. Looking forward to this week. The Philadelphia Democratic City Committee is going to have their election this week. Bob Brady is going up for what he claims to be his, I guess, 10th and final term, I guess, or every 2 years, every 4 years. But this will be his 40th year. And I think he says this is going to be his last time as party chairman, Bob Brady. Like, this man has been in this position for a long ass time. It's a lot to take in. But, yeah, it's going to take a lot. Bob Brady is 81 years old. 81 years old, y'all. He's been the party chairman since he was 40. He's 81. He's lived a long life. He's been the party chairman since 1986. So this will be his 10th consecutive term as the chairman of the Philadelphia Democratic Party. So it's a lot. He was a congressman from 1998 to 1919. He won his seat in a special election. He had that seat for he had that seat for 21 years. So it's been an interesting career that he's had. He's been in politics. He was the party chairman and became the congressman. It's a lot. It's a lot of politics there. But he is also the ward leader in 34th Ward, and his popularity continues to be complex. Will he be able to pull it off? I think so. I do. I do think that this man will have this seat for another several years, for better, for worse. But I think that's going to happen. But but also I do want to address this briefly. I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling outside of Philadelphia this summer. I'm going to be in New York City next week. The following, I'm going to be in Baltimore. July, I'm going to be outside. I'm going to be in Florida for a little bit. I'm also going to be, of course, in Massachusetts for Martha's Vineyard. But I'm not going to be outside that much in Philadelphia. I'll be at some events and things, but I'm not going to really be outside. I want to say this, and I want to be very clear. I was very disgusted with some of the footage I saw during Philly Pride. I didn't go outside, but I saw some footage, a lot of footage, actually, of the police presence and the way in which they were conducting themselves with Philadelphians and folks during Pride weekend. The shit echoes Rizzo type of energy. And it's disgusting. I mean, you got cops on horses, like moving their horses in the streets, trying to force people off sidewalks. I mean, it's just was very creepy. I wasn't outside myself, but just seeing the horrific stuff, the batons, it just was disgusting. And this is like right after Mayor Parker and City Council pretty much is going to give them nearly $1 billion and like no accountability. Like it's just, yeah, this is the kind of shit that is disgusting. And I just am not going to put myself in environments like that. I am turned off. What's good, Mayor Brandon Scott of Baltimore? You're gonna be seeing some of me this summer. What's good, Mayor Mondani, my adopted mayor. Both of those men follow me on my social media. My mayor don't in Philadelphia. So I'm gonna be in Baltimore a little bit this summer. I'm definitely gonna be in New York City. Because I'm not feeling it. I'm not. Like, there's gonna be some FIFA World Cup stuff. I'm gonna go to some of the like stuff to do some light coverage, but I'm really not feeling what I'm seeing outside. I'm not. Center City Sips, as y'all saw, is already a mess. But yeah, I just want y'all to be safe out here in Philly. These festivals, I will not be Old Doom Day. Letting y'all know that shit right now. I will not be at the World Cup in too much. I'll be at some of the like media press events type of things, but as far as all that outdoor activity with this police presence and all this shit, nah, I'm good. I'm personally good. But y'all be safe out there, okay? Just wanted to put that out there. So if people are like, why are you not here? Why are you not? No, because it's very telling what the city's about to do. The Wawa 4th of July, I will not be there. I will not be at that. No. I'm sorry, Wawa don't have the 4th of July. The city took it over. So I damn sure will not be at the One Philly United concert. I won't be at that shit, okay? Y'all can have that. Christina Aguilera, I'm good. I won't be at that free concert. I'm not doing any of that public stuff because it's just with the way they did Pride, that just tells me what we're about to see. This is about to set, I mean, if they don't get this shit under control, we're going to have a problem this summer. Like, there's going to be a problem. Something's going to happen. And I'm forecasting it. I hate to have That's So Raven psyche. But when I saw that footage, it's just giving, yeah, no, I'm good. Y'all enjoy, love. I'm good, love. Enjoy. In the words of a good philosopher named Future, I'm good, love. Enjoy. Iconic quote. If you don't know what that is, look that up. I would say Google, but like maybe go that or go duck that or whatever. But yeah. But this week is going to be interesting. City Council is going to finalize their budget. I'm going to go to some new restaurants, going to do some new things, and we will, talk all about it. So that's everything for this week's episode. And as always, be well and be best.
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.